What is this foolishness?
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, sir, you lost. Next time you'll win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Folks at home, how you doing tonight? I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. I know we are. You've heard me say this before. Once in a while, we are graced with an amazing guest that comes through, not via Zoom or Skype or any of that crap, but actually comes through, hanging out. Such a pleasure when we have guests that do that.
Who else is coming?
Just one. And this is a guy that I've been following for such a long time, and so excited to have him in the studio. Live with us tonight, Oliver Ngy in the house. Yes,
Woo!
man.
My man, thanks for having me, bro.
This is going to be a good one for you. So excited to have Oliver here in studio with us. As always, we've got a cast with us as well, doing big things for us tonight. We've got joining us via the Zoom machine, two very amazing fellas, Jersey fellas. We've got the Dean of Bash University, the one and only Pete Glusick. Pete, how you doing tonight?
Doing real good. Looking
to
forward to hearing the fish stories from
Good
this
to
week.
see you. We don't have that many
too?
stories, but we have a few. A couple small little stories for you. And then handling IMs for us tonight and keeping us honest as well, the one and only Rich, a.k.a. Riz, a.k.a. Rizzo, in the house tonight. Riz, how you doing?
Doing great, man. Excited to hear about the sneak hole that you guys were fishing on today.
Yes.
I saw Oliver with a big old bass. That's like the equivalent of like a Jersey 7.5, 8-pounder. So
Right.
wait to hear how that went down.
Right. Hey, the way it's been fishing, that was like a 15-pounder. You know what
Yes.
I mean?
You should have seen how happy I was for the fish before that.
I know. Yeah, the fish before that was a 1-3.
So Oliver,
you
you
were
now
stoked.
you get it. You know now when you see Mike go insane when he catches a 3-pounder.
You know.
It
You
all
get it.
makes sense, man. It all makes sense.
Now you know. Pushing buttons tonight, making plays, making the show possible.
That's
to be
right.
quite honest with you, we've got the one and only Brian Carpenter producing tonight.
Yes.
Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. Yeah.
You got to experience some of that rough and tough.
Fishing this
too.
week?
Yeah.
What's going on,
Dude.
dude?
Come on, man. Miscellaneous Dreams was held down.
That's what's up.
Now that was worth it on its own to have a kind of a rebranding, an offshoot. I think that's worth it. Miscellaneous
Hey,
Dreams.
you do what you can, man. You make do with what you got. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And real quick, too, I want to introduce Clint. Clint, pop your head in here real quick. Say hello to everybody.
Don't be nervous.
Clint's been following us all week, doing a great job, working his
Killing it.
ass off on the camera. Clint, we appreciate you. He's even doing a little camera work tonight here on the show.
Yeah, he's been known to break some stuff too.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that later.
Oh, wow.
Dislocations and
Man, I've been known to break some stuff myself. It's going to be a great show.
he might have you beat.
Oh, man. I don't know about that. We'll find out.
Spoiler alert.
It's going to be a great show. As always, your participation is so important. Please, we want to hear from you. Please, all night, you got a question or a comment, hit up Rich on the IMs. Also, if you're watching over on social media, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, hit us up at Ike Live Show, and we'll get your questions through. For everybody watching over on Facebook, listen to me. We have a like and share contest going on. All you have to do is like and share the feed. That's all you got to do. Like and share the feed. If you do that, your name is put into a hat. for a chance to win the world famous
Nope.
Ike Live gift bag. What do you mean? I thought we're doing the Big Bash Dream stuff as another prize.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
All right.
No, you stay with it. Don't get mad and throw
Why is
stuff.
the bag sitting right here? We always do the bag as the like and share. And tonight we're not doing the bag?
That is correct.
Okay.
Look how mad he is.
No, I'm just saying, why wouldn't we do that as the like and share? And why wouldn't we do the Big Bash Dreams apparel as like a really cool little...
Because that's $100 and people are going to share it on Facebook a whole lot more likely.
You think?
I know.
Okay.
And there's a $60 swim bait on top of that.
Oh!
On top of that? Oh,
Bam,
my
bam.
goodness gracious. Michael,
All right.
You
I
are
stand corrected.
you are incorrect in all your assumptions.
All right. Like and share the feed, and you're entered in a chance to win the Big Bash Dreams package, including $60 swim bait. Shit, I want to win this thing.
I know.
I want to win that swim bait.
Yeah.
All right, like and share the feed. Rizzo, you hear that? It's not
Yes.
for the Ike Live gift bag.
That's right. But we are going to give away the Ike Live gift bag for something else during the show.
What are we
We'll
giving
figure
away?
that out as we go. But that Ike Live gift bag is definitely going to go out the door.
Okay.
Yep.
It's going to go out for something. This show is brought to you by a plethora of amazing companies that make it possible. Of course, our presenting sponsor, Mystery Tackle Box. It's like Christmas to your doorstep once a month. If you want to subscribe, if you're thinking about it, and you're like, man, I don't know, is it worth it? It's worth it. Puts lures in your hand that you would probably never buy on your own. And if you go over and sign up right now, use the promo code Ike Live, you get 30% off your first Elite box, or Brian the Carpenter, 50% off your first Pro box. Dude, that's half off, bro.
That is.
Half. That's incredible. Also brought to you by Heshy Socks. I want you to take a look at that. Brian Carpenter, can you give me a little zoom? What do we got for zoom? This is like manual zoom. This is like the studio from the 60s here. Brought to you by Heshy Socks.
Yeah, their sock game is strong,
Dude,
bro.
these socks are amazing. They're stylish. They're warm. They're comfy. And they're designed by me. So I want you to head over there. Go to heshywear.com. Use the promo code Ike Live. You get 20% off your socks. Also, while you're over there, of course, the Ike Foundation socks are over there. And the proceeds to those socks go directly to the Ike Foundation. So go over to heshywear.com. Use promo code Ike Live. Brought to you by some amazing beverage sponsors. Founders, we're drinking, of course, the world-famous all-day IPA. And maybe a little bit of the Pilsner a little later tonight. Also, if you're saying, I know what you might be saying, you're saying, man, I live in Wisconsin, I live in Florida, I live in Mexico, I live in Texas, I live in Queens, the Bronx. Doesn't matter. Wherever you're at, go to founders.com, and they have a little deal where you just put in your zip code, and they will show you the closest Founders place. Is that right, Brian?
They got an app.
They got an app.
They got a Founders app.
Download the Founders app. Makes it easy. You can find it right away. I mentioned another beverage sponsor, Tin Cup Whiskey. You see it right there. Look at that beautiful bottle. We're going to be cracking into that in just a second. And tonight, we're going to be drinking the rye, which is very smooth, a little more mellowed out.
If Becky can find it.
Yes, we're going to be drinking the
Yeah,
rye.
if we can
tonight.
find the rye.
Yes. Also, TH Marine, Liquid Mayhem, Flambeau, Tackle Warehouse, Hobie, the Cadillac of kayaks, and Torpedo. And I got to tell you, Brian Carpenter, I was out with Vegas the other day in his little crawdad.
Yes.
Dude, I forget how fast that freaking motor is.
Yeah.
It's like warp speed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What's he doing? Like 10 or something like that?
Well, it was funny because the fishing was slow. And
Yeah.
we went out there, and he kind of it was bad to the point where he was like, "Man, I'm kind of done."
Yeah.
And then I'm like, "I'm gonna fish about 5 more minutes," and turned into 10, turned into 15, and finally he's like, "Dad, can I run the Torpedo?" I'm like, "Go ahead." Brought us back to the boat ramp, dude. It was like, I look back, I'm like, dude, what is this
it's
thing?
wild,
is
man.
it gas?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Also, want to remind you, we're going to be doing a MTB unboxing a little later in the show. And last but not least, brought to you by Bash University. And I want to leverage my man, Pete Glusick. Pete, great time of the year to sign up for BU, right? Post-holidays, it's cold out. A lot of people are wanting to learn. They're not out fishing themselves. It's a great time to sign up for BU.
New year, new you
Ooh.
at Bash U. Yeah, we have a 60-day free trial going on. It's a big deal. So if you haven't done it yet, it's a great time. And what do you want to learn this year? I'm really excited because I want to announce that we're going to be filming with Oliver Ngy tomorrow. We're going to be
Yeah.
we're psyched. We're going to be doing some stuff like introduction to big swim baits, dealing with hard and soft plastic swim baits like he knows so well. Like he showed us a little bit of his knowledge on the show on Tuesday. So can't wait to get on the water with Oliver.
I thought we were talking about strike indicators.
Yeah.
Red and white. Red and
right.
white strike
Tip
indicators.
Cool.
That would be cool. A whole seminar on strike indicators.
Like the little ding, 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 ding.
No, a bobber.
Oh,
Strike indicator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the little bell on the tip of the rod.
Or the bell.
Yeah.
The bell was always good.
I thought you were talking
Indicates a
about.
strike.
It indicates a strike.
It does.
I thought you were talking about tip ups, like we were going to go ice fishing.
That also
tomorrow.
indicates a strike.
It does.
Yeah.
Visual. Anything visual is good. Let me remind you, we've got a great guest for you tonight. If you're watching, Oliver Ngy is here in studio with us. And again, we want to hear from you. Hit us up on the IM. Before we get the show started, because I want to start getting into conversation here, as always, we want to thank our policemen, our firemen, our EMT, doctors, nurses. Thank you guys for what you do. Also thank our military, men and women, active and veterans. Thank you guys. This is for sure a crazy world, if not the craziest world I've ever seen with the events of the last couple days. So thank you guys for what you do.
Cheers to that.
It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
no kidding.
With that note, I'm actually going to crack my beer. It's
Yes.
a good one. And I want to get into it, man. I want to get into it. Oliver, I want to corner the first thing I want to corner you on. And we got to talk a little bit about this fishing this week. But I want to hear it again because I want everybody to hear this. There's a fish in everyone's life. If you become a fisherman, if you become a fish head like we are, I could ask Brian, I could ask Pete, I could ask Riz. We all remember the fish, the one that sort of got you hooked
Right.
and got you pointed into the direction. And it was awesome because when we were down in my shop, and I've got a lot of, dude, I keep everything. I'm a mass hoarder. You know that. You got to
I seen it.
You got to peep it a little
Yeah.
bit. But I was going through that stuff. Brian, you're going to love this one. I was going through, and I looked down in one of my vats, and I saw the old power worms, 4-inch finesse power worms. And I had, 4-inch finesse power worms. And I had like 100 count of camo, which
Okay.
was one of our Johns back in the day.
It was.
I always thought that was a weird color as
Yeah.
a kid.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you kicked, oh man, I remember that black tail John.
Ah!
Yeah.
Bro, black 4-inch
Yep.
select with the chartreuse tail.
Dude, this was, dude,
That was one of the ones, man.
the one.
Yep.
That was the first one. So mind you, this is early in my transition from being a panfish and sun fisherman.
Yep.
Figured I conquered the trout fishing with power bait and figuring out what length my leader was.
Yep.
Like, oh man, I got them dialed, right? It's time for me to start messing with the big boys and try to be like these dudes I see, on the regular at my home lake. And these dudes, they come up with a little bit different energy.
How old are we talking?
10 and a half, 11.
Yep.
Yeah. Good age.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And remember, I was fishing ultralight stuff. Literally, my first setup was a $14.99 Shakespeare spin cast combo from Kmart.
Yep.
Okay, and then the next one was like the $19.99 ultralight combo spinning reel, like all plastic.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't even remember what that thing was. So the next thing was like I knew I had to like gear up to tackle this, next big thing,
Yeah,
which was
bass.
a largemouth bass.
Right.
And that rod was like a 6-foot medium Mitchell rod. Ugly thing. But that's all my mom would buy for me.
Yeah.
And she was leveraging grades to get me to,
Smart. Very smart.
It worked, man.
Yeah.
It worked. So I'd keep my grades up, but she only got me the rod, so I had to step up from 2 and 4 pound line to 6 pound trilene green.
Yeah.
Put it on that little ultralight
school.
reel, but put it on that Mitchell rod, and bought my first pack of worms, which was a pack of those Berkeley Select
Yep.
4-inch curl tails.
Yep.
And from my research back then, because there was no YouTube, There was no Instagram. There was none of that.
No.
It was the West Covina Public Library.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you have to
And,
use microfiche?
Man, I had to use I had to use the Dewey Decimal System. All right.
Yeah.
Card catalog, you pulled out.
Yep.
You're like
Fishing.
bass.
This tiny little,
Yes.
deal
Yeah.
upstairs, and went through the encyclopedia because that, had a 3 to 4 page spread on fishing techniques and tactics.
Yeah.
And saw the Texas rig in there, so I bought a little bullet weight, probably 1/8 ounce lead bullet weight, all black, because I thought it made sense to match up with that black color plastic worm. And these blue Mustad straight shank worm hooks, and Texas rigged this thing. And dude, I didn't know how to fish this thing. All I knew is when I pulled it, that little curly tail is like doing something, right? So I was literally standing on this rock and just like swimming a worm.
That's
Dude,
crazy.
Nobody swam worms in California.
What was the lake? Do you what lake was
Pudding
this?
Stone.
Okay.
15 minutes from where I lived.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually in the city of San Dimas on the other side of the freeway from Bill and Ted's San Dimas High,
Okay.
from Bill and Ted's Excellent
Yep.
Adventures.
How about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And that was home, and I was just swimming this worm. It's mid-February, overcast day. Like, I remember all the details.
Yeah.
I mean, I still see that rock that I was standing on. That
37-degree water?
no.
No.
Might have been a little bit warmer.
No.
Oh.
It wasn't
But,
37.
for a 10 and a half, 11-year-old California kid, I was cold.
Yeah.
Like, I was rocking my 90s, like, bomber jacket, soaked through. Like, it was bad, man, but I got bit. And I don't even remember if I set the hook. I just don't remember. And I just had this fish on it. It was about a 3-pound fish.
Yeah.
And
Good
yeah.
first fish.
Isn't that amazing?
Crazy.
Pete, isn't that amazing? We've heard this from so many of our guests before where, dude, it's like you're there. Like when you were talking, it was like you were there yesterday.
For sure.
How's that possible, Pete, that people can remember the vivid details of that like that? It's crazy.
I remember struggling every minute of every day to remember things for a test at school.
Yeah.
I
real.
could not remember a thing, but I can remember virtually every single bass
Yeah.
I've caught in my life.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think all of us that have this,
Yeah.
feel the same way, because I can vividly remember catching my first bass on a floating Rapala.
Yeah.
That
Dude,
was about a 2-pounder.
what's amazing too about that story is a lot of us had a family member that was there to sort of say, here's how you do it, here's how you rig it. And dude, you're going to the fucking library to figure it out on your own. That's
awesome.
Dope,
Yeah,
dude.
that is dope, man.
That's super dope.
Yeah, it was wild, man. But big shout out to my moms for being down to take me to the lake and
Yeah.
entertaining these crazy ideas and
Yeah.
thoughts and early dreams.
Yeah, Brian, we said it before, but dude, shout out to all the moms out there
Yeah,
that
the
do it,
moms,
because
yeah,
our
man.
moms did it.
Yeah.
Brian and I and Dave, we all sort of grew up
Yeah, yeah.
just with moms, no
Same.
dad in the house,
Same.
and they
It
did a
was
lot.
the
a lot
moms
of
were key.
a lot of sacrifice,
Whew, a lot
a
of
lot of
sacrifice.
driving,
Yep.
a lot of things they didn't have to do. So appreciate you moms out there.
My mom was
a lot.
My mom was a powerful force in kind of a different way. Is she kicked my dad and me out of the house, so we had to do something. So we went fishing.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That strategy works too.
It works too.
See, that's what I do. I just try to annoy the hell out of my wife so she doesn't walk around. You know what I mean? Like I get her so
Absolutely,
annoyed.
yeah.
I just annoy her so
She
much.
must
She's-
be annoyed as hell this
Yeah.
week because we've
Oh.
been kicking it.
this week, but maybe like the last 20 years.
20 years, 20,
she's-
25 plus
Yeah,
years.
she's perma annoyed.
Yeah. All right. Now,
Before you do that,
yeah.
we threw that same worm, but threw it on the slider head.
Yeah.
That
and,
was-
and I was talking about that. It's interesting because I've heard from guys in different parts of the country that power worm was so key.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you were here, it was a slider head.
Gotcha.
If you were in Minnesota, it was on a jig head, an open jig head. They called it jig worm.
Right.
And it's Texas rig in other places. It's Carolina rig in other places. But it's so interesting how broad that worm was, how powerful it was.
I always find it extremely interesting as I continue to travel the country and now the world and dive into different fishing species.
Yeah.
Are the like little subcultures around each one and how they're affected regionally.
It's crazy.
Because like let me paint a little picture for you. Like as I walk into my Turner's Outdoorsman sporting goods store in West Covina, it was like 3 aisles of soft plastics. 2.5 of them were all local produced hand poured custom worms.
Hand poured stuff.
Right, salted bottoms before Robo.
Yeah.
And then you had the power bait aisle
Yeah.
of plastics.
Yeah.
So like they were the only like mass produced worms that I was exposed to.
Right.
And I mean, I fell for the hype.
Yeah.
Right, the marketing back
Oh
then.
yeah.
Fish bite, won't let go. I'm
Won't let
like,
go.
makes sense to me.
Yeah. and it's interesting, like the rigging differences though, because like you talk about those hand pours.
Yeah.
Like I remember Don Avino and the brass.
Big shout out to Don.
Big
man.
shout out to Don. Love
Oh, yeah.
Don. Shout out to Don.
Yeah.
Brass and glass. But when you got like East, nobody threw brass and glass.
Right.
It was nobody.
Well, I was telling you, I fished that finesse worm, brass and glass, but my
Yeah.
color was pumpkin seed.
Straight pumpkin seed.
Straight pumpkin seed
good
with
one.
that crawfish color, 3/16 ounce brass and glass, and I shook that thing.
Shaking it. Noisy.
Yeah.
Little clack.
And I remember the first 5-pounder I caught doing that still.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's awesome.
It's crazy. Now, so I'm painting the story. I'm imagining, you started with panfish, trout,
Yep.
advanced to bass, this era where, using these worms and start catching some good ones. So I know what the one was to get you involved with bass.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you the same question because this is probably just as important. Can you remember the one, the bass, the bite that got you hooked on swim bait fishing?
Ooh.
Was there one? Was there a moment? When you look back, was it this one bite or was it one boil or?
Well, here's the thing. Like, it didn't even take a fish catch for me to just fall all in. Like, seeing that first Castaic hard trout in the real display case at that Turner's Outdoorsman at $49.99 retail. Like,
Yeah.
whoa, that thing's
Just seeing the
$50.
bait.
Seeing the bait and seeing hooks off this super realistic for its time
Yeah.
artificial lure.
Right.
Like, dude, I want to catch whatever is trying to eat that.
Right.
And it didn't occur to me that someone would think that that's out of, the realm of possibility.
Right.
That's the beauty of being young.
Yeah. When was that? Give us a time context when you saw that.
It was about that same time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 years old or so.
Yeah.
Looking at a swim bait in a display cabinet saying,
Totally.
what the hell? That thing's going to catch something big.
I would hope everybody that fishes can relate every time they walk in a tackle store.
Yeah.
Right? You look at something on the wall and I imagine like, man, what can I catch with this?
Yeah.
And obviously it took something big to eat an 8-inch bait.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I was captivated early on. And being from Southern California, seeing a weekly publication with all the fish catches, right, and guys like sending in their photos and all the lakes giving reports, and seeing like local dudes, like Doc Holliday, for example, he lived like 2 towns over. So to me, he was like the closest thing that I could relate to.
Yeah.
Because most of the other guys were like in L.A. or in the valley, like closer to like Castaic and Piru and Lake Casitas.
Right.
I was on the east side of L.A. and like no one caught giants out of pudding stone. Like,
Right.
so I was able to see that those fish were catchable. So I was inspired, man, early on.
Right.
Obviously, that moment of inspiration to like actually somewhat figuring out how to catch them once in a while, that represented a really big gap.
Right. So that wasn't an overnight thing.
No,
It wasn't like
no.
you saw this bait, you went and got it, you instantly caught fish on it. There was a process.
For sure. And it's funny because the swim bait craze has come and gone a few times.
Yeah.
Right. And comes back stronger every time, it
Yeah.
seems. But every generation that comes in hears about all these stories, like about your experience at Casitas and this, that, and the third. And they assume, like, oh, man, that golden era that I missed. But it's been so easy. These fish didn't know. They weren't educated. You could have thrown any big, like, hunk of wood out there and caught one. That wasn't the case.
Right.
Even back then, I guarantee I was the only one throwing a 9-inch hardhead Castaic trout, off the bank,
Right.
and I wasn't catching them.
Yeah.
I caught like a 3.5 pounder one time. I thought I was like, yeah,
This is crazy. It was as big as the bait.
virtually, and a couple other guys that were in my age range that I grew up fishing with, like some of us started seeing success.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, this thing is real.
Yeah. It's crazy. I love the story because there's like a mystic nature to the bait.
For
you
sure.
know? And I want to throw it to you guys too. Pete, Riz, was that ever the case for you? Was there ever a bait that you looked at and it almost had like a mysticism to it, and you were like, "Oh my God, look at this thing," you know? And then you went out and got it, and then caught fish with it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so like chalk and a layup answer for me to say this, but like, it's for me, it's got to be the freaking stupid chatterbait. Like when I saw the power of that thing fishing off the back of other people's boats and saw, you know, how effective and, you know, crazy powerful it was like, damn, I gotta get tuned with this. I gotta get good with this. And, you know, just listening now and being on 2 shows with Oliver now, it's like, just hearing everything that he's saying about swim baits is really opening my eyes and making me think more about the power of swim baits and everything that they can do. Not necessarily just catching fish, but just being able to get fish to show themselves.
Yeah.
And, you know, being able to draw fish out of areas that I may never have thought that there was fish there.
Yeah.
You know, it's really an amazing thing.
Yeah. Now, Pete, I before you answer, I'm going to guess what yours was. Rooster tail.
Yeah.
Dude, you're close. I'm telling you.
See?
And it was back around Woodstock, like you
Right.
normally say.
Yep.
And,
Peace and love. Everybody was banging all over the place. Yep, I remember
funny.
those days. Yeah.
But Ed Cowan chimed in. His first bass came in 1968.
Wow.
Amazing, right? But we were bait guys, right? Dad would take us and, you know, we'd dig worms and we'd just go catch perch and bluegills and just have a ball, just getting dirty and being boys.
Yeah.
And, you know, Dad would stop, and every time we'd get to get bait or hooks, he'd stop at the lure wall and he'd pick a lure up and he'd throw it in the tackle box. And we'd all, you know, we were mystified by it. Like, nothing's going to bite that. Can that really work?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I was a Mepps Black Fury.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Big hackle on the back. I remember that.
yeah, black with yellow spots.
Yeah.
And I remember we were up Mattawoman Creek. Never forget it.
Yeah.
I just revisited that spot this fall for the first time in probably 40 years.
Wow.
I was able to get my boat up there. The trees were removed and I could get up there. But I was doodling it around the bank and I caught like a 14-inch pickerel on a lure. And it was like the biggest deal in my family. It was like we took that fish home. I was celebrated. You know, we called the relatives. All the neighbors came down to see.
Side note, I've always wondered, and I asked this today, if people ate pickerel and if they're any good to eat, because
There are people
I actually
that eat
like eating pike.
Yeah.
I would assume they're pretty close.
You can.
I couldn't say because I was probably 10 years old and there's no way I was going anywhere near fish, man. It was like hot dogs and macaroni and cheese just for me. But,
Yeah, till it was 30.
Yeah, plus we live in Jersey and we're not eating what we're catching.
Fair.
Never, ever,
After
ever.
I saw what
Especially
I saw.
not in the Delaware.
Yeah. And where I took him the other day was
Oh, yeah.
used to be
Super fun site.
I think it was number 2 in the country.
Yeah.
I was waiting for my Simpsons fish.
Oh, God.
Let's clean now.
It's cool, though, how everybody has, like, you know, that bait that's, like, was, you know, this mystical thing. You know, for me, it was a 9S floating Rapala. Like, I remember being young.
Yep.
I remember, there it goes right there. Dude, that's my Pop's box. That's the box, the actual box that I opened up and stole that lure from and caught my first big bass on it.
That's
the box.
That's cool.
But we all have them. And Bri, I want to call you to play on this. Like, I even remember like a series of them because when we first started, when we were that 10, 11, and we were doing the stupid plastic worms with the little split shot above it, you know, and that's all we knew.
I was telling Oliver about that.
Oh yeah, that's all we knew.
Yeah.
That's all we knew.
Right.
But when we would go into the Kmart or whatever, and we would see, I remember us looking at like jigs, like skirted jigs, and it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, and you're looking at this, it's just a jig head with rubber skirt, and you're like, whoa, and or a spinner bait. You know, we didn't fish them, but we're looking at them like, will that thing catch fish? Are you kidding me? It's got wires and blades.
Yeah.
Like I vividly remember that, dude.
Yeah.
The spinner
You
bait?
know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like all those like color selector crankbait in
Yeah.
a kit. You're looking at, whoa, and it
Those are
almost,
some funky colors. On
oh
that
yeah,
thing too.
like crazy. But it's interesting that for you it was like a swim bait. But
Yeah.
I think it's part of the reason it like those moments change you as an angler, right? It drew you in,
For
right?
sure.
Yeah, it sort of created who you are today.
Yeah, because I wanted that
Yeah,
bad.
yeah,
I didn't know how I was gonna make it happen.
yeah,
I can afford a $50 bait. First of all, first like right off the bat.
yeah,
So it's kind of out of the realm of possibility.
yeah.
But once that soft body hard head version came out at $29.99, I convinced my mom to buy one for me. And the next problem was having the gear to throw the stuff because none
Right.
of these swim bait specific tackle items existed back then.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've
but-
got your Mitchell ultralight with 6 pound,
Right,
8 pound
right.
trilene green.
But the funny thing is, like, and I was telling Clint about this, like, man, you guys didn't see my first half to first 2/3 of my fishing career, and it was very finesse based.
Right.
5 pound Maxima Ultra Green.
Yeah.
Like getting bit was like what I was all about.
Right.
So when I remember catching my first spook fish on 15 pound, I felt like I was cheating. Bro, I felt like,
Thought you had
man,
cable
this
on
thing
there."
had no chance.
Right.
I remember that vividly.
Yeah.
Like, so it's funny how perceptions evolve through experience.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny.
So Steve Carey from Fish Sense Lures just texted me, said his buddy made fish cakes out of pickerel this year, and they were really, really good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, is fish
Pickerel
cake
cakes.
something you do with like a lesser quality fish, or is it kind of like the blue crab cakes where it's like it's really good, so let's highlight it?
Yes. I would say no. It's not. You're not trying to mask anything
Right.
because they do it with salmon, with blue crab.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's just
Cool.
another way to eat it.
The biggest thing is it's bony. If you
Bony.
if you
Yeah.
figure out how to remove the bones, it's got to be a decent.
Yeah. When the fish is just when it's not as fresh, that's when the supermarket turns them into fish cakes.
Yeah, they scoop it off the floor.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I want to jump back too and talk about how like people are important, to your career. Like for us around here, and I'll corner Pete on this too. Like I can run off a list of names that were important for us, in the bass movement in the Northeast, right?
Right.
Like Ed Cowan, Pete already mentioned his name, Rich Schneiderite, Randall Romig, Brian Kerschel a little later, like these characters that were important. You named a few, but who were they for you, especially with the swim bait movement early on? Who were some of the guys?
Well, man, I like to go back even further, like before the swim bait stuff, because just the fundamentals of fishing
Yeah.
were a struggle for me to learn.
Yeah.
And everything was a new challenge to conquer. And there are a bunch of people, a lot of them who aren't around anymore, that put out information and content, like in the form of books and articles and other sources of information that really influenced me as a kid and really set me up to be able to go to that next step.
Right.
Even before that. And
Right.
the first one actually that comes to mind was when I met on the dock the second time I ever went fishing. And it's wild because I haven't seen him since I saw him at my local lake like 4 to 5 years ago, maybe now. Honestly, maybe even longer. Like probably like 6 or 7. And his name was Steve Takuchi. And he was a Japanese-American dude from Rolling Heights, which is like 3 towns over from me. But he was a football, basketball coach and referee, actually. And he watched me struggle every weekend for about a month. I didn't catch crap.
Yeah.
My line was too heavy. I was using the wrong hooks. I was literally tying overhand knots as my connection knot. That's why I was joking about that.
Double knot overhand,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
cinching it
Like,
down.
oh, it works. It's
Yeah,
stuck there.
Yeah.
And so he took pity upon this poor little kid, like just sitting there like a lost cause.
Yeah.
And really showed me some real fundamental basics and gave me confidence immediately. And his grandkid actually reached out to me on Instagram. He was like, hey, man, my dad was telling me that there's this guy that my grandpa used to take fishing, and now he does this as a living, blah, blah, blah. Is that you? And I look at his page, and there's a bunch of fish and stuff, and he says, his name's Steve Takuchi. like literally like 2 days ago.
Wow.
And I had fallen out of touch with him. And I was
Yeah.
like, hey man, like how's your grandpa doing? He's like, dude, he's in his 90s, still fishing.
Whoa.
And it's still a badass. Like I remember, like he only fished panfish, and when I was fishing on what used to be the rental dock with that spinning rod, brass and glass combo with a pumpkin seed finesse power worm,
Yeah.
I had caught like 2 fish on it. And I was like, Steve, come on, like I want to see you catch bass. He said, oh man, I used to do that all the time, and like kind of begrudgingly, like just picked up my setup. Dude, he fires off a cast like right at the pilings and catches like a 4.5, and like laughs it off, right? Like, here you go, kid. Like, I'm like,
man.
dude, you are a freaking legend.
Wow.
He's a legend to me,
Yeah.
and I'm looking forward to reconnecting with him.
That's cool.
Like he was probably the very first important one, and then there were several others. A lot of those guys were regulars at that lake,
right.
and they kind of took care of me and mentored me.
So those guys were even probably more important than like the legend names that everybody would think of.
Right, because they were there in my face, like checking me when I'm out of line.
Right.
And yeah, those guys were a huge influence on me coming up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but those other guys that were kind of in the peripherals, right? Like the writers, the personalities, like they obviously had an influence on me too.
Yeah.
Like Ronnie Kovac had this series of like instructional books that I took a lot out of. Like I remember reading, it was either fishing in California or trout fishing in California. It was one of those. And he was talking about retrieves, and it might have been talking about a Castmaster or maybe a MEPS or something in that genre, and talking about mixing up retrieves. Dude, that's stuck with me to this day.
Right.
Like
Instead of just throwing and winding, just variation of retrieve.
Right.
Yeah.
Just varying that retrieve until I can trigger some kind of reaction.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy, because it has totally affected my entire fishing career up to this point.
So cool, Pete Glusick, to hear that. You hear how instruction is so critical, to learning, and here all these years later, you and I are doing it with the Bass University. It's a good feeling to know that you're impacting people like that.
And I think I want to give you guys like all the roses for that, because we might take that for granted now, but like you don't know what effect you have on some kid you may never meet.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
Like it's wild.
It's a good feeling.
It's cool.
Pete, I know you've run into people that say, "Hey, thank you. You inspired me, or you helped me get to this level," and you meet those people all the time.
I had one of the coolest ones down at this past classic. Father came up and was talking to me, and I'm getting emotional thinking about it, because he was getting emotional as he was telling me this story, and he said, "I cannot thank you and you guys at Bass U for what you do, because my son, via YouTube, fell in love with bass fishing, and I have no idea what to do. I had no idea how to get started with him, but I signed up for Bass U, and I was able to help my son learn how to bass fish, and it's been one of the greatest experiences of his life, because it connected him with his son.
Yeah.
In a way, and they go bass fishing now.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's great, because a lot of kids today, man, like we all had a family member or maybe somehow got lucky and got exposed to it. But today, kids are finding it on the internet.
Yeah.
And, even if it's not in their family.
Yeah.
And, and they're seeking information and trying to learn. And, oh my gosh, I remember finding Bassmaster magazine and signing up for that. And I'd run to the mailbox.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
To get, because it was the only source, and I cover to cover. You remember reading the ads? Like, you'd read every word of the ads for the color selector, just to pick up something, just to get more invested in it,
Damn, man, we were geeks.
Oh, dude, I love it.
Seriously. I'm thinking back to all that time I used to spend through everything I had, whether it was a catalog or a magazine. I would just go back through it over and over.
Same.
I haven't heard geeks in a while.
Yeah.
We did the same.
Good pull.
We did the same thing. It was unbelievable. Let's go to Riz. I know I haven't checked in on you in a while. I know we got a ton of questions coming through. Give us some good ones. What do you got, Riz?
Yeah, so the first one that I'm going to go with here is from Frankie from Slay Nation, and he's going to draw. He's going to draw a little parallel here between athletics and bass fishing. And he wants to know from Oliver, how did playing basketball and that work ethic that you developed in that translate into your fishing game?
That's a good question.
Man, that's complex.
Good question.
And it's almost
Go
a
in on
direct correlation, because that same age where I discovered fishing, I discovered playing basketball. And I remember we used to have like almost a recess before school started at my schools in the mornings. Then they'd ring the bell and then you line up and go into your classes. Well, they let us play basketball or kickball or dodgeball. Man, those dodgeball matches used to be crazy. They actually outlawed them, bro.
Yeah.
First, they took away the
Kids
yellow
get
balls
hurt.
because they were hard, and
yeah.
it was all headshots, bro, like
Yeah.
straight up. And then we always got in fight. It was crazy. Shout out to La Puente, man. Like it was a good time.
It
I'm
was
glad I
crazy
grew up there.
in my high school. They would let the seventh graders play against the seniors. Dodgeball.
Wow.
Oh my God! You'd see seventh graders get
annihilation.
knocked into a loop, concussions, black eyes,
Bloody nose, crying.
Oh,
But that's when they had the whole school was in one classroom.
Oh, yeah. That's
Exactly.
one-room schoolhouse.
Yeah, the one-room schoolhouse.
Wasn't Laura Ingalls your classmate?
The little wooden desks. And had the inkwell.
Inkwell.
Pete used to dip Laura's pigtails in the ink. She hated him for it.
We did have a small school with double sessions, so our 7th and 9th graders went to school for a little while with the 10th and 12th graders, and we'd have gym, and yeah, we had to fire it too. It had to get canceled. Too many kids are getting hurt.
That's great, man.
But I loved playing it, man. That's a great question, because in tournament fishing, I feel like mental toughness is the most important thing, and that is developed through sport. And I got it through wrestling. And that was my sport. And, when you lose those fish, when you lose those 6-pounders and you're in a tournament scenario and all the craziness, 70-mile-an-hour winds, well, not that much, but 20, 30-mile-an-hour winds will hit you on Lake Erie, and you got to drive. You got to have the fortitude to go, 20 miles out into that crap, man.
Yeah.
You got to be able to dig deep. And, I think sports delivers
That's
that.
when Pete puts his singlet on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got heavy winds, folks. Get your singlets on.
Yeah.
It doesn't
man, going
retain
back to the
water, man. It
basketball.
just runs off.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to that basketball, right? So we don't miss this question. I remember hitting that first baseline like 10-footer, and like my friends cheering me on, like, "Dude, that was cool!" And that moment and that feeling of that ball going through that hoop, I'm pretty sure I swished it, is a very similar feeling to that first bite I ever got.
Yeah.
It's giving me a really similar, rush of
Wow.
endorphins and positive return.
Yeah.
So my love for basketball, it coincided with my love for fishing, and still to this day.
Yeah.
And I tried out for the team, made it, and kind of like fishing. Like I see this a lot, right? We all fall in love with whatever activity it is, and let's use fishing for example, and myself included. Just because you love it and are passionate about it and consume all things fishing, that may not translate to actual performance. So basketball taught me that I actually had to work
Right.
at the game to be any good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the same thing in fishing,
It is.
right?
Very
and
similar.
there's so many parallels, man. Like, I preach fundamentals all the time, and they're as important in either sport,
Yeah.
fishing or basketball. And
Yeah.
if you're missing fundamentals, it hurts you the higher you go.
Right.
I feel,
Yeah.
especially when you want to, aspire to catch a giant bass, the biggest fish of your life, on a really big bait. Like, man, you're missing a huge part of the puzzle.
Right.
You're probably gonna take a lot of bad shots, right? And you're not gonna execute when you have opportunities.
Yeah.
So I urge people to be patient. It took me a long time to not completely suck at basketball. Like, it really did.
Yeah. You had to work at it.
Yeah. I played through high school, and I only started my junior year, and that was for the JV team, and I felt like I was being disrespected because like, dude, I worked hard. I
Yeah.
didn't have the talent like my boys did.
Yeah.
So I'm still friends with a lot of the guys that I played basketball with growing up, and you know they just had this ability that I lacked, but I developed a jump shot, and you know, went from there. And it's funny because to this day, especially through adulthood, I was the only one left that really played regularly. And it took a long time, man, but I got buckets and I got my stops. Like,
Yeah.
I loved it, and I used that energy as fuel.
Yeah.
So I've always kind of operated with a chip on my shoulder, but I feel like
Yes.
I've done it in a healthy fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
chip
'Cause
on your shoulder.
everybody
man.
gets negative energy. It's how you spin it and put it back out.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Yeah. I think
Yep.
that's key. And Riz, chime in on this too. It's a lot of people watching and listening right now that are in the same scenario, right? When
Yeah.
I look at
Yeah.
when I look at great anglers, right? I look at naturals. Aaron Martin's I would consider a natural. I think Van Dam's natural. A lot of natural anglers. But there's just as many good anglers that work, that have that work ethic. Riz, you can relate to this, right?
Yeah. So you really just struck a chord with me right there when you said, you know, you have that chip on your shoulder and the way that you spin things and gear them out. I am an emotional person, you know. I've learned that I can't contain it. I got to wear it on my sleeve, and it's who I am. It's what I'm going to do. And you know, when you say that, it's like, you know, not everybody's the most talented guy in the room all the time, but if there's something that you want to accomplish, and I say this all the time, ultimately hard work will trump talent. When talent doesn't want to put in the time or put in the effort or put in the long hours on the water for this circumstance. And, you know, Oliver, for me it was baseball. I grew up on the baseball diamond football field my whole life. Baseball was it. And I got hurt early in college, and I was never the same player after I got hurt. After I broke my wrist, I was never the same guy. And around that same time in my life is when I found that when I got exposed to bass fishing heavily, and then tournament bass fishing came into play, and that competitive nature that I had, it was like, this is it.
Parlayed it right into
Totally.
This is where I find, you know, that competitive nature. And man, that's so awesome to hear you say that you know, having a chip on your shoulder and delivering it
healthy.
out the right way.
Yeah, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a chip in your shoulder. I mean, I've gotten all the way from La Puente, California, to here in studio with you
To
boys.
New Jersey in
You
January.
feel me?
New Jersey in January.
Like,
Yes.
that's crazy.
Yes.
Easy,
Living the
man.
dream, Oliver. Living the dream.
Yeah, man. I'm chasing it anyway.
But yeah, by the way, we got a bidding war has broke out. Pete, if you still have that singlet, I've got Jeremiah Eads, Paul Benson, and Fat Cat are they're broke out in a
Wow.
bidding war.
Pete,
for your singlet.
and think all the proceeds will go to the Ike Foundation.
Yes.
So come on, let's get this going. We want this singlet, Pete.
Man, I got it.
Yeah. Yes.
There it is, Jeremiah.
Round of applause. We're gonna auction this off. We'll do it at the Ike Foundation Telethon in February. Is it February? I think it's in February.
I have no idea.
We'll auction your singlet off.
I haven't
Pete.
heard about it.
Damn, you guys
if
are
I-
doing a
if-
telethon?
if I-
Yeah, Jerry Lewis style.
You dudes are next level, man.
COVID's making the world crazy. We got to get back to Jerry Lewis shit.
Sure.
Riz, what else we got coming through on the IMs?
Yeah. So, William wants to know from you, Oliver, talk a little bit about your Das Boat series when you did a little collab with the Meat Eater.
Ooh, yeah,
Man.
that was good.
Big shout out to the entire Meat Eater squad.
Yeah, shout out to those guys.
Yeah, it was incredible. Season 1 was back in 2019. Yep. And for me, that was a wild year. Like, probably that's going to be a tough year to top just fishing experiences wise. And the Das Boat episode 4, season 1, was a part of that. And first time and only time I fished in Florida. Right the week of ICAST, they scheduled our episode to be on Okeechobee. How does that set up? Okeechobee in July?
Tough.
Thank you.
tough.
Thank you. And they gave me 2 afternoons for April and I to put together some fish catches for this new concept show, which, you know, when I talked to one of the producers, you know, a big shout out to Miles about this project. Oh, you guys are building a little boat project. Oh, I can relate to that, as my friends can attest to. My experience with little boat projects is it's pretty vast, so it was a perfect fit for me.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
their premise was to take this rinky-dink piece of crap boat they found off of Craigslist, off this really weird dude in Texas, and give it to different hosts throughout this series, and they would make an alteration to it,
Yeah.
and then go out there and try and catch fish from it.
Yeah.
And I thought it was funny because like they thought they were throwing me for a loop by throwing me this piece of crap, right? But dude, it always comes back to perspective.
Yeah.
And a much younger version of me never had any of these pieces of crap.
Oh yeah.
So they were all a step up.
Right.
So when you're used to not having anything, having a floating anything was like, oh.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they let me put a old Trex on it, and and I was like, let's go.
It's a gem of a boat.
Dude, it was wild. It was fun. And then we did season 2 last year in 2020. And they brought me back for a muskie episode and panfish episode, and that was sick, except they rescheduled it because of COVID from, a decent window in the late spring to, once again, mid-July during a abnormal heat wave in the Midwest. And everybody's like, good luck, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, but we got one.
Yeah.
And
One muskie.
One muskie.
How'd the panfish episode go?
Man, it's funny is like the whole squad kind of felt overly confident on the panfish side. And I was like, man, I don't know. People disrespect the panfish game. They just assume like
Panfish
any
get a bad
idiot
rap.
can
Yeah.
catch them.
Yeah.
And bro, I'm telling you, it's not the case. Like, especially when you want to catch like a respectable sized panfish.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not that easy. And
Right.
dude, it was actually a struggle, and you could feel like the energy and the
Tension.
stress building,
Yeah.
And eventually we found a groove. I was able to find some fish, and we waxed them. It was fun. But
That's
those
cool.
guys are incredible storytellers. The way they can captivate a non-hunter in a way through their visual and audio storytelling
Yeah.
to keep me interested
Yeah.
is really inspiring. So really humbled that they'd want me to be a part of what they're
Yeah.
doing. And I hope to continue to work with them in the future as they're pushing into the fishing side,
Yeah.
hence the Das Boat series.
Yeah.
So please show them some love, man, because the game could use their touch. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. Speaking of Das Boat, what you did there, I want to back up a little bit and talk a little bit about what got you to that point. Because it's got to be, like, when I do some TV stuff, I'm still blown away that, like, I have these opportunities, right? You talked about it. Like,
Bro, you done it.
Dude, the TV, the travel.
Yep.
I've talked to you over the last few days about some of these amazing. When you were younger, there's no way you ever would have even thought about
Let me
some
give
of
you
this
some
stuff.
perspective, right? I was able to get to Pudding Stone 15 minutes from my house through my mom, but let's talk about a Lake Paris, which is 60 miles east, or Lake Castaic, which is 72 miles, northwest. Those are the two closest lakes.
Right.
Bro, those might as well have been Okeechobee or the Midwest at
Right.
that point in my life.
Right.
So it's crazy, man. Like we put ourselves into these self-imposed bubbles, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we kind of know, or what we think we know. But it's a testament that if you want to experience something bad enough,
Yeah.
and are willing to try to figure out how to suck at life a little bit less, you can do
Yeah.
some wild stuff, man.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see the journey, and it's been amazing. But I wanna step back, and I know a lot of people watching and listening are really anxious to hear the story of Big Bass Dreams and the beginning of that movement. And for everybody watching, there's probably maybe a few people listening that don't know about it. I want you to check it out. Go to all the social sites, just Google it, watch the stuff come up. But the best way I can explain it, dude, is it's like, to me, it was one of the first movements, lifestyle movements, that made fishing cool. And there were a few going on at that time that you were doing this. The guys up in Chicago, our
Cast Crew,
our
shout
Cast
out.
Crew friends, I think had the same effect in that area of the
Totally.
country. But it had this feel to it. Like when Brian and I were young, there was all these new movements. There was like, and we were never good at any of them, but there was skateboarding, was starting to hit. There was
Right.
freestyle BMX was starting to hit.
B-boying, come on,
There was
man.
b-boying, there was breaking.
Come on,
There was
man.
graffiti writing. There was
Right.
all these amazing things that were like underground
Right.
and new and raw and fresh.
Yep.
And to me, when I look at like Big Bass Dreams, what you guys did, it was like you took something that was underground and raw and fresh, and you made it appeal to people in a very approachable way, right? It's like
Dope.
when you see the content, it's like, shit, what are they doing? You want to be a part of that. Tell me how all that started, because
Man,
this is a crazy, very impactful. I'm telling you, that
Wild.
whole movement's very impactful for a lot of people.
Super wild, man. And you made the comment that Big Bass Dreams made fishing cool to you, but what most people don't understand is fishing has always been cool. Fishing has always been dope, but we've only been able to consume it through the few people that were telling that story,
Right.
and portraying this activity.
Right.
Because as American as fishing is, dude, it's deeper than that. It's worldwide.
Oh yeah.
We don't own it.
No.
No, we have a heavy influence on it.
Yeah.
Right? But it's a human thing. And it's always been dope to be able to go out there and, at the very fundamental level, catch a fish and provide a meal for yourself and your family.
Yeah. That's stripped down. That's the core of what fishing is.
Think about that. What better high was it, a few generations ago when, like, literally your next meal or not is ding, ding,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat.
Yeah. Thank God Pete wasn't alive back in 1850. He would have died instantly.
So
Wait,
Big
why-
Bass
why-
Dreams never made fishing cool, man.
Why Pete die?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
not my
I'd
Peter.
have caught him. I'd have caught him.
But all it is it started with me. I'm not Big Bass Dreams. That is beyond one person,
Yeah.
right? Unfortunately, early on, like I had to fulfill a lot of that content to build this movement
Yeah.
and this culture and this community. And man, it's humbling to see so many dope people, the producer included, rocking Big Bass Dreams.
Dude, it's
like-
amazing. It's amazing. Like I can tell you, I took a trip to Japan. I saw Big Bass Dreams shirts in Japan when I was
like,
there.
yo,
Today,
what? Yeah,
today, dude, we're in South Jersey,
man,
the land of South Jersey rednecks. This dude who's just this regular dude's got a regular job, just
Yeah.
a regular Italian dude from South Jersey, was a giant fan. He's
Crazy.
rocking a shirt.
bro,
He's-
he went Clark Kent on us.
Dude, it's crazy. Shout out to Joe.
Yeah, man. Big
Joe
shout
for
out to
watching.
Joe, man.
But like that's got to feel good because what you guys did, what you guys are still doing.
yeah,
Dude, you're affecting a whole culture.
yeah, man. Like fishing has afforded me such incredible opportunities to have like the most incredible experiences that I never would have really felt were possible.
Yeah.
So I have this vision of Big Bass Dreams influencing that culture in a positive way,
Yeah.
like to its fullest effect, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Like,
And it has.
it's cool, man. It's really humbling. Like people worldwide, like you
Yeah.
said, it's wild. We got a team in Australia, got a team in Canada, a team in Italy, team in France, Spain. It's
Unreal.
gnarly, man.
Yeah.
And like everybody's
Did
super dope.
Did you get to that though? Like yeah, I mean in the very beginning, were you
Nah.
when you guys were like sitting around just like we are now having a couple
Yeah,
beers,
yeah.
were you strategizing like we're going to have world dominate or did it develop on its own?
So this is kind of how it all started, right? And it started with my boys. And dude, I play basketball, and I'm undersized. And I'm the type of dude when I show up to a new court, like I might not even get picked, if not picked last, right? And so I grew up talking like trash, man. Like I'm a trash talker. I enjoy it to this point,
Yeah.
but I learned like you better be able to back up what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that affected my fishing. This goes back to that earlier question. To like my own homies were telling me that I was full of crap and lying. about some of these experiences that you got to see firsthand.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure you told people in your circle, like,
Oh,
yo,
yeah.
like, was Brian calling BS on some of it, maybe? Like, at one point?
They wanted to see the video proof. Until the video proof came
Right.
out, it was.
See? And back then, man, like, it just, I had to, like, show my boys, like, oh, yeah? Like, you seriously don't believe me?
Yeah.
Dude, it was, like, Sony camcorders that I had to borrow from my boy Alex Arias. Shout out to Alex. Like, it was a birthday gift from his mom, but he never used it. Put it on a tripod. And on the very first, like, very first time I took it out, on the very first rendition of this Dream Machine, which is this rinky-dink Valco, which I posted on my Instagram not too long ago. Like, dude, there were no GoPro mounts and stuff back then. Dude, this is a piece of crap boat with a piece of crap deck. And, like, I figured, like, a bungee cord, like, kind of to, like, the stern and, like, the side of the gunnel would, like, hold down the transom. Bro, I get hit with a jet ski wake. Okay? And, and I'm just like, bloom, bloom. And then you hear, and I turn around, I see Alex's camcorder going over. Dude, I'm fully clothed, and, like, in one motion, I'm, like, in the freaking air, and I grab it, and I'm, like, trying to hold it above water, and it's windy, the boat's floating away, and I'm like, all right, get on your back, man. Like, I can't, it just happened so fast, and finally I felt, like, the ground underneath me, and I walk up, right, and I look, and I'm holding the tripod, and the camcorder had worked its way off the tripod mount. Like, it was gone. And I was like, bro, like, I'm dead broke. And this is, like, you know, an expensive camcorder.
Yeah.
Man, it was tough to break it to him. But I made it up to him. I gave him a GoPro a couple years later.
couple years later.
Yeah. It took me a while, man. I'm telling you. It was not easy back then.
A week ago, he gave him a GoPro.
Yeah. So shout out to him. But I started this mission to capture these incredible moments that I was experiencing almost all through the big bait. Because it's behavior I never saw in the first part of my career, you know, Texas rigging or split shotting or even fishing a Don Ivino splash it, you know, on the surface. Like, fish did not behave in this manner for anything, you know, smaller than that.
Right.
They just didn't. And nobody that, like, even back, especially back then, swimbait fishing was not popular.
Right.
Like, the oh, what are you fishing for? Like, oh, you know, the laughs and the jokes and the trash talking, like, were real. Because it was absurd seeing this little 90, 100-pound kid, you know, with a saltwater rod and reel throwing a 9-inch bait and just like, what is this kid doing?
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, I made it a mission to film this stuff, and I was actually succeeding in capturing some stuff. Like, there was, dude, it was a struggle. Like, battery life sucked.
Yeah.
This is, like, before, like, SD cards even.
Right.
Like, SD cards were, like, a new thing.
Yeah. So you actually had actual tapes.
Right. That one that fell in the water was a tape.
Like a mini DV.
Yeah. So I upgraded to, like, a Sanyo, like, waterproof thing that worked. And, you know, I got some footage early, and then I discovered that GoPro in, like, 2009 or 10, whenever that first one came out.
Yeah.
And when I came back to fishing, because I took this 2-year hiatus, I just made sure, like, I was just rolling.
Right.
And in 2012 was when I went on this wild run.
Yeah.
From early January, I blanked for like 4 or 5 weeks because I had I had 2 years of rust to shake off.
Right.
Didn't catch anything. And then the first fish back was like a 7.5. And this is like the middle of February. And it ended the day with an 11.5. It was one of the two. And I was like, yo. And that had me going again.
Yeah.
Dude, the very next day I had a mega bag. The next 4 days I had mega bags, and dude, it just kind of came back together, and I got it all on video.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, come over, man, check this out. And we're sitting there, and I'm showing some of my closest friends like these videos, and you know, this is after some of the early videos came out, like Big Bait Posse, which you were a part of. So shout out to that whole squad, man. You guys inspired me to put out something that I thought was special. Because, like, I was sitting there, man, like, and I kind of dabbled in the fishing industry, at least, like, regionally in the past. And, you know, with that comes attention, wanted or not, you know, drama, potentially, people, like, just breathing down my neck, seeing where I'm fishing,
Yeah.
and you know, potentially like burning my own spots. Like back then, dude, no one shared info. There was none of this Bass U. There was none of this tutorial.
Right.
Bro. Info was hard earned
Yeah.
through freaking trial and error,
Yeah.
and you know, wasted money spent on baits that didn't work, and I mean, you name it, like stressed relationships, right? Like jobs, like throwing away schooling, like it's bad, man.
Yeah.
Fishing is a wild
Yeah.
activity. Like,
Yeah.
So
Did you get a lot of hate? Like
no, not
guys-
really. Like there was nothing to
Not-
hate on really at the time, except for like maybe some like a little bit of envy / jealousy of like a fish catch. But like none
Right.
of this existed
Right.
back then. It didn't really go beyond that. But I had to make this conscious decision, like, okay, if I'm gonna do this and put something out there, I'm going all in, or I'm not doing it at all. I'm just gonna keep it to myself, like show the homies. And I just eventually felt like, man, this is too dope not to share.
Yeah.
Because I was catching big ones, right? I was catching like a smaller bag would be like 30, with
Small
most of them
bag.
in the mid 30s. And dude, trust me, like that's not a normal thing. Like,
Yeah.
Like I would catch a 20-pound bag and be like, dude, I smashed them. Okay, like fishing in California is not easy. So don't hear those numbers and be like, damn, like the golden era. I wish I had a hot tub time machine
Yeah.
and I could go back in, and, you know, and throw any of these baits. Dude, it was not that simple. So it was really special what I was experiencing, and like, dude, I reconnected with some of my old friends like Iaconelli, who I hadn't seen in like a decade, and I was like, yo, like, you'll never guess like the things that I've kind of figured out since I've seen you, homie. And he'd come out, dude, and he's throwing an 8-inch Huddleston, right? He's like, dude, this is crazy. And he watches me catch like 4 big fish, like one even boat side. And I called it. He's like, hey, make sure you wind that bait all the way to the boat because they'll eat it at the tip, like. And I swing it in the boat, and he's just like, yo, what the hell? And, dude, and he was a great conventional fisherman. And, and you see, like, in that first DVD that we put out, like, I'm fishing with all my boys. And didn't mean that they were catching them, too.
Right.
Even though I was, like, experiencing this wild thing.
Yeah.
So it's not the spot. It's not even the bait. It's everything put together.
Right.
So don't think there's shortcuts to these kinds of experiences is my point. And, man, it was wild. Like, I broke 40 pounds, like, 6 times. For my best 5. And, you know, I don't know how many 7s, 8s, and 9s I caught because all I wanted at the time was a teener. I hadn't caught a teener at that point yet.
Yeah.
So, and not just a teener, I wanted like a 15. Like I built a live well out of this, like, Bass Pro Shops available model. It was like for John boats.
Yeah.
But they had this weird like storage compartment right in the middle. I'm like, bro, I can't fit a 15-pounder in there. And my boy that helped me, George De La Cruz, laughed at me. He laughed at me, bro. Like, and those are the kinds of like reactions that just built this chip on my shoulder. Like, damn, this fool really don't. He really don't know.
I remember that cooler, that Bass Pro Shop.
It was
cooler.
great. It had little cup holders.
Yeah,
like,
I remember that.
yeah, man, we made that thing work, man. But so
we've
shout out to.
We've seen that in many a boat in South Jersey.
Yeah, I mean that's how we started, dude.
Yeah, yeah,
In our little boats.
yeah.
With our own action packers.
That's crazy. But here I'm like visualizing all this. Like you're capturing this amazing content.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff that guys aren't seeing on the norm. They're seeing it for the first time. A lot of people, they're putting in this DVD and they're going, "Holy shit! What is this?"
Right.
But Big Bass Dreams is more than just video. It's more than just content.
Right.
Like you guys created this whole lifestyle, apparel, logoing, like just a feeling, right? A feeling when you watch it. Where did that come from?
I don't even know. Like that, I was just putting out what I had.
Yeah.
And just being myself the whole time.
It
right?
created itself.
It really did.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, who can't relate to having big bass streams?
Yeah.
Like, if you're making a cast with a fishing line with a hook, like, odds are you are probably hoping for the biggest fish you can catch.
Yeah. Or a fish if you're fishing South Jersey this week.
Yeah, no kidding. So I just think it's a concept and theme that, like, so many people can relate to.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about, like, the way we came into this realm is that I wanted to show people that although you may not have the resources to be able to be like on a Mike Iaconelli level and tour the country and fish at these high levels of fishing competition, a big bass is within the reach of anybody.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. And going back to the athlete comparison between major sports and fishing, man, it is so much more difficult for an angler to break through on the fishing side than any of the 5 major sports.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter how good you are, like no one's coming to recruit you. No one's giving you a deal.
That's true.
Like you have to figure out ways to be able to leverage yourself into a position to have the tools you need to compete against guys like this. And that's not within the reach of most people, at least not in their minds initially.
Yeah.
Right? Dude, I was like, man, that's crazy. I'll never be able to do that. But I can tie on a big bait and go out there and try and catch the biggest bass of my life.
Yeah. It's amazing. I mean, it resonates with so many people. And, you know, what you said, I want everybody to listen to this. The best brands, the strongest brands out there are self-created, right? I really believe that, dude.
Totally.
Like
I'd agree.
I hear so many people talk about like branding, and they say, well, you gotta come up with the best logo, and you gotta create a tagline, and you gotta, but that's like artificial.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there aren't brands out there that are strong that are created artificially.
There
but
are.
The very strongest brands are created themselves, are just created by what they are. I think that's what happened with Big Bass Dreams.
Man, I hope so.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, man. That's dope.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me remind everybody, we've got Oliver Ngy on. If you're watching or listening, if you've got a question, please hit us up on the IM. Also, you can hit us up on our social media feeds at Ike Live Show. Listen, here's what we're going to do. Brian Carpenter, we're going to take a little break. We went super deep there. That was awesome. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to get back into it. We're going to pick it up, though. We're going to pick it up with the present. We're going to move into the future a little bit.
What?
And there might be a couple big announcements happening. So don't go anywhere.
Let me follow you up. Big announcements.
Yes.
There's some big guests popping in.
Oh.
And guys, remember on Facebook, there's a like and share tonight's feed. There's $100 Big Bass Dreams gift card and
a $60 Defiant swim bait.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so hang in there with us. When we come back, more Ike Live.
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to MysteryTackleBox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh, is he in my pocket?
There's a special place in our hearts for the tools of the trade. They're what we prep for a good day on the water. They're what we clean after a good day in the field. Flambeau's patented Z-Rust technology protects the gear of today from rust and corrosion. Z-Rust for the performance of tomorrow. Preserve, perform, repeat.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has 2 products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice Live Well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
Holiday season is almost here. And you know, holiday season might as well be sock season. We're excited to announce our brand new partnership with an amazing company, Heshi Socks. That's spelt Heshi Socks. Go to heshysocks.com to check out my brand new Mike Iaconelli collection. That's right, I have my own custom socks in tournament colors. I promise you, you will never, I mean never, find a more comfortable sock. The great news, all my socks are under $10 a pair when you use our promo code IKE20. This is perfect for holiday season. Go to heshysocks.com, use the promo code IKE20 to get the most comfortable socks in the world.
4.5 inch.
There you go.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday night. The world is crazy. There's a ton of bad shit going on out there. Come sit down with us for a little bit. We're going to provide you some entertainment and enjoyment to take your mind off this crazy world right now. We've got the one and only Big Bass Dreams, man of Big Bass, caught the only big bass over the last 4 days. Oliver Ngy in the studio with us. Oliver, thanks for joining us.
Man, thank you again and again for having me,
dude,
guys.
that first segment was so deep, I didn't want it to end. I see. Normally, I know, like, I have, like, this rhythmic thing where I know when to take the breaks. That's the first time in, like, 4 years where I had to look at Brian. He actually was like, we need a break. He's, like, giving me the snip.
Cut.
He's giving me the snip sign over there. I was getting deep with that, man.
That meant you've got 4 kids.
Oh, I know. I know. Well,
And Becky's drinking wine.
I know. That's a bad combination. Dude, I'll tell you, the whole thing about getting your balls snipped off, not, you know what I'm saying, getting fixed, is we've got a buddy, Tom Hernishin, who got, he had a bunch of kids, and finally him and his significant other were like, yeah, let's shut off the waterworks. So he goes in, and he comes back like, this is like 2 or 3 weeks later, and he's like, guys, I got to show you something. And we're all like, what the fuck? Like what? Like, this is weird, And, dude, he unzips, and he pulls. Dude, his balls are as big as a brown paper bag from Acme, dude. So that is stuck with me. Like, it's haunting me. To this day, it's like a shopping bag, like a brown paper bag. So his balls inflated and, like, never went down, So, I'm permanently freaked out. I'm, like, scarred by this. I don't want paper bag balls.
Like somebody had a mouthful of chewing gum and blew this really big bubble.
Right.
And then dropped it on the hair at the barbershop. On the floor at the barbershop.
I'm just telling you.
That's the visual I got right there.
I'm telling you, I'm scarred. I don't mind the surgery, but I don't want the giant balls, is what I'm saying.
Yes, we are drinking Tin Cup now. Segment number 2.
Yep.
Segment 2, yeah. We switched to a little tin cup. We're drinking the rye tonight.
No,
so
it's not the rye.
Oh, okay.
Becky never found. I think we drank it all.
I know, but it's supposed to be the rye.
It's a blue label.
All right, whatever.
Sorry.
That's okay. I want to remind everybody, if you got a question or comment, please hit us up on our IM. We got Rich taking questions through. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about why you're here this week, because this is something sort of that's been in the making for a long time. Like, I got to say over a year.
For sure.
That we've been talking a little bit on through social media and stuff. And finally, like, everything kind of worked out, and you got
lined up the weather, the fishing.
Yeah, you got to come to the East Coast a little bit. What? Tell me about this trip here this week.
Man, honestly, the opportunity to hang out with you and actually get to know you was really high on my list.
Yeah,
like, you're an influential.
Me too. It's mutual.
No, man,
yeah,
that's crazy to hear. That's crazy to hear because, like, remember that first day I was here and I was walking down the stairs and I just took that Insta story of those plaques, man, and to remind my audience to put some respect on this man's name. Like, it's crazy, man, because I didn't know you on a personal level, really. You're only able to consume what somebody else puts out there for you.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel like this day and age is beautiful, because look what you've been able to do with your own platform, right? You can set stories straight. You can show people who you are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of power in that, and that wasn't always available through this industry and this game.
Right.
And I just kind of felt like, man, maybe they were doing this dude like kind of dirty sometimes, and I wanted to just see it for myself, man.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you guys, this dude is the real deal. Like, we have been getting our ass kicked for 4 days, right? I mean, you're talking about a Mike Iaconelli and a Big Bass Dreams collaboration. Man, we caught gizzard shad. There were condoms hanging up in the tree on the Delaware River.
Let me tell you, when you go to the best fishery in the Northeast, a.k.a. the Susquehanna Flats, a.k.a. the Flats, and you are proud to snag a 2-pound gizzard shad.
Like, dude, hyped.
Dude,
hyped.
when you're hyped to snag a gizzard shad.
And the highlight of the day is, for the first time in my life, seeing a group of 15 to 20 ducks eating seagull crap off the dock.
Eating off the dock.
We spooked all the seagulls off.
Yeah.
And just like, wow, is this really happening right now?
Yeah. It
was tough, man.
It was tough. But here's the thing, though. And you know, like I take it personally, right? We all do, right? Because you come here and I wanna show you like these fisheries.
For sure.
The Delaware is my
Trust
home
me, I
fishery.
get it.
Like
Oh,
me
yeah.
and Pete are more connected to the Delaware than anything.
This is home, man.
Yeah, this is home. The flats.
You gotta rep.
Like Riz has been smashing them on the flats. 20 pounds is nothing every time he goes. Like, I want to show you that.
Yeah, for sure.
And it didn't happen, so I'm disappointed. But I'm also kind of like, you know what? This is part of this is fishing, right?
This is
like,
it, man.
This is the reality of it.
And we actually documented it all.
Yeah.
And we're gonna show you guys through our platforms.
Yeah.
Where in the past, like, you didn't really have access to that. All you saw were the highlights.
Yeah.
Right.
And what you don't ever get to see is like the raw passion of this dude that has done so much in this space. Like, bro, you got an issue, homie. Like, he didn't feed us. It was cold. I was like, yo, I'm like dropping hints every day. Like, man, those crab cakes in Maryland, huh? Like, man, that sounds amazing right now.
You know it's
Philly
bad.
cheesesteaks,
Yeah,
hot. Like,
every day there's a different menu item.
Yo.
Clint, chime in on this. There's a different dude. I've been watching Clint too. Big Clint in the back. I'll be watching him, and you know, like, I don't know, we're like 6-7 hours in every time without a bite yet, or a couple bites.
Yeah, it's
and I'm
bad.
looking back there at Clint, and you know, you could see it, and then we'll name some. It was the first day it was cheesesteaks.
Yep.
The next day it was crab cakes. And dude, it just totally like, Bri, you know what happens when it's bad and you start throwing food in that mix.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no food on the boat because I don't provide it.
I know you don't.
So
and now
we do too. And now we do too. But
We've been sneaking some McDonald's stops in the
for
morning.
real, yeah, it's bad,
you got
man.
smart. I noticed that. You got smart.
We just couldn't leave it up to chance no more,
But
man.
dude, here's the crazy thing.
You got to bait your own hook, Mike.
Yeah, you got to bait your own. But here's the crazy thing, and I think we can all relate to this because I've seen it with Pete. I've fished with Riz. I've fished with Brian the Carpenter. Dude, as tough as it's been, as shitty as the fishing's been, like my fingertips are still numb, dude, from today. I'm not kidding. As bad as all that shit is, like, I can't wait to go out again.
For
like,
sure.
Dude, I cannot wait. Like, I can't wait. Before you go, you got to get on my pond. So I can't wait to like get you out there to sample that. It's like,
for sure,
dude, that's the coolest
so
part
that
of the
goes
sport.
back to my point, right? And this is a deep point. And like, how do you get to know somebody over like little glimpses through whatever, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's through the Bassmaster Elites or whatever, you can't get somebody's full story, man. And you can't get the full story of your obsession with like not letting these fish kick our ass like they've been doing. Yo, and today, man, on day 4, we finally got into a little bit of a bite, right?
Yes.
Mike sticks 2 in a row. I'm like, dude, so you're telling me there's a chance right now. And I actually catch a little, like, I don't know, what'd you say, a
They're
pound,
pounder,
3
pound
ounces
three,
or
pound
something.
4.
And I'm telling you, I have been I got more excited about that fish than an 11 pounder I bounced onto the deck in disgust because it wasn't a 15. I'm telling you, I was hype, and Clint's got the camera rolling, right? And I'm fired back out there, like big old cheesy smile.
Yeah.
And I'm telling him, like, hey, Mike, like, I got bit dragging this cool baits and Hazardong shad, dragging it. Not swimming it,
Yeah, crazy.
dragging it through the mud.
Interesting technique.
And
Yeah.
then think loads up, and I could feel that big head shake, and then like, oh, this is not a small one, right? So celebrations, we get this beautiful fish in the boat,
Dude.
like so hard earned, and
It was all worth it.
Yeah.
It was so worth
Totally.
it. When that fish came in, I looked. You guys were just a little bit to my right, and when I looked over there, when I saw that fish come in the net, dude, I swear it was like I won it. It was like I won the tournament.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm like over there yelling. Joe's looking at me
because
like
I have
I'm
been
crazy.
sucking ass all week, man. Like, this dude's putting me on all his holes. I literally haven't caught a bass in 2021 yet. That's some real talk, man.
Oh, God.
So we finally get the shots, and we start. And, dude, it's getting cold. Like, this cold front setting in, and
Cold.
it's the coldest it's been all week, and it's already been cold, right? I can literally, like, not feel my feet anymore and my hands. And, like, dude, I know we got the shot to, like, close out this super sick little, mission. And we start talking, like, Clint and Joe in the camera boat and me, like, all right, man, this is going to be a mission. Like, we got to get Mike off of this, like, in the house. Like, we were already strategizing. I'm like, all right, look, I'm going to drop the food bomb. All right, and we're going to start working towards the house and be like, oh, man, yeah, the bite just shut off, right? So we do all that, and I'm just like, do you remember this? And I'm like, all right, man, so, hey, is that bank over there by your house? That's a steep bank, right? He's like, yeah, there's some stuff on it. I mean, all right, cool. So I'm going to finish up right there. And I start working there, and, dude, Mike starts going the other way.
Yes.
And I'm like, yo. I'm out. Like, Joe's like, hey, I can make us some hot coffee instead. I'm like, I'm in. Dude, we go up into the house, get warmed up, and this dude literally disappears from view for like an hour and a half.
Him? Mike?
Yes.
Still on the lake.
MIA, bro. I'm over it at this point.
Hell yeah. I get
All
you.
of it. Dude, Clint was freezing, bro. like he was,
I was cold, man.
Like, it was bad.
We were gonna
and this
pop up the
dude,
drone.
and I was like, that's what you guys don't get to see. This fool for real loves it. Like, and I didn't know, when like watching him all these years, and like, he's jacking a 1.5 pound fish and calling it a giant. I can see why. Fishing here sucks. So you guys got to understand the context, man. Context is everything.
Context is everything.
Shout out to New Jersey Department of Fish and Game. Yep. Shout out to DNR,
Man,
New Jersey.
finally, someone's worse than California.
It was tough. So I want to hear from the panel though on this, our in-house panel, real quick. So let's start on the Delaware. Pete, I'll take you for this one. Dude, we struggled. We were in the wintering holes. We couldn't get the fish to bite. The water was 38 to 39, which is unseasonably cold. The water was a little stained.
Literally the coldest water I'd ever tried to catch a bass out of.
What did we do wrong, Pete? What should have we did that day?
I don't know what you did do. Obviously you did all the right things. All the wintering deals. I really think it's just a matter of getting into the right hole this time of year.
Right.
And maybe you didn't didn't pick the right one.
Right.
We talked about this. This is amazing, Oliver. In this 38-degree water, we thought that these fish would just get in the wintering area and stay there and never leave, till the water warms. But wherever that bait goes,
right,
those bass will leave. They'll travel 20 miles in 30-degree water. Yep. Following that bait around, and I think that's probably all you experienced on the river was you just
and we didn't. There were a few holes we didn't go to for some reasons.
And there was the north end.
And there was the north end. We didn't go way up north, so
right.
It might have been that. All right, Riz. Go ahead, Pete.
I was just going to say it was great that Oliver's comment was awesome. It's like, you see Mike in clips, but if you really want to get to know him, fish with him without catching fish for 4 days. And that's how you really can get to know someone's personality.
Yep. Yeah.
That's real tough.
7
awesome.
bites in 4 days. Tough. Rizzo, we fished the Susquehanna Flats. There are 1,000 bass that are in the back 3 miles, 2 miles of the Northeast. We hit it all and caught 1 bass. In fact, we found a stretch that had so many gizzard shad. Dude, you were hitting 50 on every cast with your bait. What did we do wrong there? Water was dirty. Water was 40 to 41 there. It was actually warmer. What did we miss there, Riz?
You know, the first question I would ask is, what was the water clarity like? Was it clean or was it dirty?
Now, it was dirty. It was dirty, but it wasn't.
Like 4 to 6 inch viz.
Yeah, it wasn't particle dirty. You know, like
right.
where it's like, I would say 6, 7 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Well, you know, that's always going to be a tough situation when you got dirty, cold water. That's hard fishing, and I can't say for sure what. I don't think you guys did anything wrong. I mean, Mike, you know where to be on the Chesapeake for this time of year. So here's what I would have done. I would have stayed right on those gizzard shad, and I would have had Shad Fest 2021. Had the most shad.
I tried. I couldn't even catch a shad.
Yeah, we did. We actually repeatedly went back to him to get into a couple. You know, like it was that bad.
I'm surprised you didn't snag more.
We didn't snag more.
That's
no,
what I'm surprised.
The bass.
Yeah.
No.
Because usually.
No, and
they're that thick.
They're that many there. And here's the other.
They're that predictable. They're that on that.
They're
the
next
structure.
to it.
Right.
They're touching.
Pitching and when the water's in the 30s.
Yep.
You know, when they have tournaments down there and the water's in the 30s, half the fish that are caught are foul hooked.
Yeah, maybe not half,
on the
but
blade.
a lot are. But here's the thing, too. They were there, like 100% for sure. Look, with that new technology, dude, and I got to fish in Oliver's boat today and see his brand's technology. I got in mine with the Lowrance. Dude, when I scanned those pilings and you'd hold it on a piling, you'd watch the bottom right next to the piling, and you would see it like worm. There is no doubt in my mind, dude, that's a bass, right? Wow. When you looked up and we saw a lot of fish suspended and swimming. Dude, they could be gizzards, they could be crappie, right? But when there's a fish worming on the bottom, that was, dude, they were bass. Yeah. We were around them. But we couldn't even snag them. It's crazy.
That's weird.
It's crazy, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't explain it. But, dude, all in all, I wouldn't change anything.
I wouldn't either.
I'm so glad we had
maybe a couple more bites.
Maybe a couple more bites, but
change a couple little things.
Little food in the boat. Maybe.
A little food in the boat next time. But it was a great experience, dude.
Same.
I'm
still having a blast.
Seriously, I can't thank you enough. Like, I know we're going to do it again. I know we're going to do it again under better circumstances, which is going to be awesome. But there's another reason you were here in the Northeast, in New Jersey too. Yeah. Something nice and shiny out in the driveway there. You want to talk a little bit about?
I had to come all this way to get a 20-plus foot sticker from my boy Mike Pilati from VFX Wraps.
Yes. Yeah. Mike from VFX.
Yep.
So
you guys saw a little piece of that on the Hobie.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
So he hit the Hobie with some love. Oh, snap.
All right.
Look at that.
So here we go. Joining us now on Ike Live, we've got the man himself. And if you have a boat and it needs to get wrapped, you need to check out VFX. If you look at some of the dopest wraps out there today, guess who designed them? Our man right here. Mike! Welcome to Ike Live, bro.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Bri. Produce, baby.
Yep, there it is.
Come on, Bri.
There it is.
All right. That's all right. You work on that. We're going to talk. So...
I have a question.
You got the boat wrapped.
Yeah.
And
what boat?
You got things wrapped.
Yeah.
And dude, I don't know how to even talk about this without giving it away. But
I got a new boat, people. There's a new Dream Machine.
A new Dream Machine. All right.
Brand new one.
Okay.
It's crazy. So
it's
you guys can talk about it for sure, but we can't show you until we put together a little content that does it justice, does the incredible detail work that Mike put on it justice. Like, man, I think it's kind of my personality to a T.
Dude, it's insane. And I'm around a lot of wraps. I see a lot of boat wraps, it's
Can you
for
hear me?
sure in my top 3
Cool.
of wraps I've ever
That's
seen.
dope.
It's so unbelievable. I can't wait till you let the world in on it. It's pretty unreal.
Yeah,
it's pretty
man.
amazing.
Yeah, it's been wild. And while we're fishing in the Susquehanna Flats, it was the first time I actually got to see it from an outside perspective when Clint was operating the trolling motor as a camera boat. And man, for the first 3 hours, I just kept turning around and like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, because you're seeing it for the first time actually on the water.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild, man. It's a representation of like my entire life to this point, man. Like it's taken me a long
You hear
time
me?
to leverage myself into the first boat and everything in between.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All the way to that thing. So we got Mike.
Yeah, I think we got him now. Finally, we got some audio.
I've never
Yes,
I've
we
never
got
done
audio.
Zoom before.
We got him. Mike, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
So
Good,
so
buddy.
check this out, Mike. When we were driving home from the Susquehanna Flats, I get a text from Mike, who saw us driving down I-95 going the other way.
No shit.
Like it's like what?
Pitch black. I saw that new rig.
Man,
I missed Ike somehow, but I saw Oliver.
It's unbelievable.
Mike is the marathon man. He travels, and I don't know how you do it, bro. You're everywhere wrapping boats.
Yeah, where are you
Yeah, I
right
have no
now?
clue.
Are you in the shop? Are you traveling? Where are you right now, Mike?
I'm in a hotel in Auburn, Alabama right now.
Okay.
So we got 20 boats we're wrapping for Auburn University.
Wow.
So shout out to Logan Parks. He's the president there, the Auburn fishing team.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 boats.
That's awesome.
So,
That's awesome. I want to ask you this, Mike. Every year you come up with these raps that are just so mind blowing. Dude, without a doubt, you are the guy now for designing the best raps out there. Dude, we've been working together for so long. I remember when you were grinding, when you were hustling, when you were trying to build the brand, trying to get the VFX name out there. Dude, how did all this happen? How did it get to this point?
I mean, it started first with Bass University, where we met you guys, met Pete, Corinne, my wife, partner in the business. She got me some tickets to just go and learn bass fishing. And, it just grew from there. We saw you, met a bunch of guys, met Pete. And I think it was probably about 3 a.m. at a bar, struck a deal with Pete, a couple bottles of tequila in, but, just one thing led to another. I mean, that's so long ago.
It's
so long
unbelievable,
ago.
man.
Hard work and passion, man.
Yeah.
Don't sell yourself short, bro.
Dude, it's unbelievable. And for everybody watching and listening, I've got to watch Mike at his craft. I know you have. Dude, wrapping a boat the right way, like doing it right, is the most difficult thing. Bro, I have a hard time putting a free tackle warehouse
That's
sticker
what I was telling him.
on the back of the truck, let alone, you know what I'm saying, Brian? I mean, I stick them dumb things everywhere.
For real.
And that's hard.
It is so hard.
To the level of detail. How did you get good at this? Because this is a skill. This is a craft.
Yeah, I don't know. I started this 2003. Graphics and decals on cars, the Fast and Furious era.
Yeah.
Before that, a little bit
Toretto.
of airbrushing.
Shout out to Dom Toretto.
Yep.
Dom Toretto
yeah, right.
from Fast and Furious.
Friggin' that was a long time ago. But yeah, it was the cars, it was the graphics, just stuff that I loved. I was big into the cars back then.
Yeah.
A few years later, started fishing, got into a little bit of tournament fishing, and I wrapped my boat, wrapped my truck, and it kind of took off from there. And it just, you start doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 40, 50, 60 boats a year. You just builds from there, and you get good at what you do.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Now,
unfortunately,
I want to know about this collab, and I know, again, we can't give too much away.
Yep.
But when I saw it, Mike, it blew me away, blew my socks off. But tell me about this, because you had the concept, you had the idea.
Shout out to one of one of my fans, he tagged me in this photo on the gram. He's like, hey, maybe this would be cool on the next Dream Machine. And I looked at it first, I'm like, nah, man, that's crazy. But it just kind of was in the back of my head, and I went back to it, and I reached out to Mike, and I was like, yo, what do you think about this? Because it's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'll let him go from there.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to not to give too much away, but yeah, you sent me that photo, and instantly I just knew I had ideas rolling. I got excited right away. Something I've never seen done on a boat before. I saw an opportunity to just take it and run, and you really gave me that opportunity, Oliver. I really appreciate that.
Awesome.
And definitely before anything, I want to give a shout out to my good buddy Dan Goikman. He's the one that hooked up with you at the Suffering Boat Show last year, and definitely if it wasn't for Dan, we wouldn't be having Oliver and I this conversation right now. So it was without giving too much, it's badass.
Yeah, I can't wait for everybody to see it, and even the material, the way it's
everything, man.
Everything. It's
I've had multiple boat wraps up to this point, and I've seen a ton of boat wraps, and this thing doesn't even look like a wrap. There's no like weird seams or like it's immaculate. It's crazy. It's the best one I've ever put my eyes on.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, brother.
Yeah. It's
absolutely, man. Absolutely. It definitely tops my list too. A lot of people get upset with that, but that's that shoots right up
Number
to the top.
One?
It's Mike, no offense. You gave us an opportunity to run with yours last year.
That's
we had a
all
blast
right.
with that, but this one might just creep a little past you on that one.
Right behind the Ike Live, the little boat.
Oh yeah, the Ike Live tiny boat's pretty dope too.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty dope.
That was a lot of fun.
I'd put all three of those boats. I'd put my boat, the Ike Live, and Oliver's boat in the top three.
I mean,
I'll take three too. I'll take the bottom one.
Yeah, we're excited to show the world, man. It's
really sick.
It's kind of creative, I hope, and I hope people appreciate it. But more than anything, man, it's just it's a symbol of a lifelong dream to be able to have something like that to help facilitate chasing these hard to catch fish.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. All right, Mike, I'm going to corner you with two questions before we let you go.
Uh-oh.
First question: hardest thing about wrapping a bass boat?
It's not a flat surface. There's not a flat surface anywhere on it. Lining up the graphics, just I have a way I want things to lay out, and you're working around a lot of obstacles on a boat. And two, you have a failure on a car, you get a little edge peel up, whatever. It's nothing to worry about. You got a bass boat that's running 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. There's no room for error.
Yeah. Water pressure.
It's So you got to take your time prepping. You got to take your time every step of the way, and you just got to pay attention. That's probably the hardest thing with them.
All right. Second question: easiest thing about wrapping a bass boat?
It's what I love. I don't dread a minute of it. My wife and I, we really dove into this, and it's where my passion is. Unfortunately, the more boats I wrap, the less time I get to fish. The more I focus on wrapping, the more my fishing suffers. But it's still there. It's still what I love. So
that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, listen to me. If you're watching or listening right now, and I'm not just saying this, you can take Oliver's word. You can take
attest to
Brian
this.
the Carpenter's word for it. If you want to wrap and you want it done right and beautiful, please, Mike, how can they get a hold of you? How can they find you?
Instagram, Facebook, VFX Wraps, VFXWraps.com. Shoot me an email. If I'm a little slow this time of year, just give me a day or two to respond. We've got 34 wraps on the schedule in the next month. I'm down here with my installer, Connor. We're hammering down. Corinne's back home. She's holding the fort down there. And but VFXWraps.com, shoot me an email, give me a call, message us on Facebook, Instagram.
And to give you guys a little perspective, I had to have this done to the point where I came from the opposite corner of the country.
That
that's
is
crazy.
amazing.
First time we've had California plates in the shop.
That's a big perspective on it.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big perspective.
That says
Yeah,
a lot.
I appreciate Oliver you taking that trip out, man. This we talked originally about doing this. Where is it? Minnesota.
Yeah.
And I was ready to go, but I just really wanted to do this in my own environment, take my time, let the ideas run. A lot of times until you see the boat, especially with what you allowed us to do on this, I just really wanted that time, and I wanted to dive into it. And I know that wasn't an easy drive out here, and the fishing, I wish I could say the fishing was a little better for you, but hopefully the wrap, made the trip worth it. I
Oh man,
can't thank you enough.
it's literally my dream machine. So I needed the wrap to reflect that, and you did that, bro. So thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mike, thanks for coming on tonight, man. And
thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for all you do for Bass University, and we got the Bass University rig coming your way.
Please.
At
I'm
some
waiting.
time, very
I'm
soon.
waiting.
Very soon. But it's
All
great,
right, guys.
Our best to Corinne and the family.
Yeah, big
and,
shout out to Corinne and Connor.
Great to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Hopefully they're watching. Connor's behind me getting dinner, so Corinne, hopefully she's back home. But thank you guys, and it's definitely awesome to be on here. So.
There you go.
Dude, and the Hobie looks dope too.
Oh yeah, that's it's like a little compliment,
Yeah.
It's like
Just an accent, just a little something.
Yeah,
cherry on top.
It's beautiful. There you have it. Thank you, Mike.
All right,
appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. All right.
VFXwraps.com.
Man,
VFX Wraps.
it's amazing. What
Awesome.
the work Mike does is just
It's incredible. He's
insane.
an artist.
It's art,
dude, and
it's
that's
an art.
it is hard. Like I'm telling you, I told him the exact same thing. I have trouble lining up a sticker.
Oh, yeah.
Not crooked.
I'm telling everyone I put on's messed up. Air bubbles and shit.
Yeah.
How you do a 22-foot
My
boat? I
gosh.
have no idea. It's crazy.
Mike, I feel like you provoked Oliver to make an announcement that he's going to have an announcement.
Oh no! I think there's going to be an announcement tonight. I think there's going to be an announcement.
Are you going to show the image tonight?
No.
No.
Oh no!
They ain't ready.
No, not the boat. But there's another announcement, Pete. That's bigger.
Let's
than
go
the
with
boat
that,
wrap.
man. This is Megatron.
All right,
we're getting long.
All right, let's do it. We're going long. Brian DeCarpenter's actually producing tonight. Which is nice.
Yeah, and I've got more things to hit.
All right, so if you're watching or listening, I know a lot of you specifically, you knew Oliver was coming on tonight. You knew there was an announcement, so let's not wait anymore. Like for my announcements, Bri, I go months, years sometimes before I give it away.
Until half the people unfollow you. And then,
Right, and everybody unfollows me and hates me. So let's not follow that path. Oliver, we got a big announcement. You want to let the world in on what's going on in 2021?
Might as well, man. This is way too hard.
All right.
I give up.
All right.
I'm going back to the normal, rat race, 9 to 5.
Nice. Round of applause, everybody. Oliver's getting a job.
Getting a job.
Anybody hiring? Man, but on a real note, a lot of what we discussed kind of has led up to this decision that it's been weighing heavily on me for the last couple seasons, because it's always been a timing thing for me. And you got to go back in context once again, right? My generation and what we were able to consume and what the fishing culture was compromised of back then.
Yeah.
And back then, nobody on the West Coast I knew actually made a living fishing. That wasn't a thing outside of media, right? Or if you worked at a tackle shop,
right,
like we both did.
Yeah. Or a guide.
Right. And I didn't even really know that many guides in Southern California in the freshwater side. So there was really one way that I was exposed to as a young, influential, angler. And that was fishing tournaments and being a bass pro and seeing guys like Mike Iaconelli competing on a national level. Other than that, I didn't really see a way to actually fish for a living.
Right.
And once again, that was so far from my reality, because you need sponsors apparently, or if you're not, rolling in dough, which I never was, and still I'm not. You need tools at your disposal, a boat with a nice shiny 20+ foot sticker.
Yeah.
And Dude, that
A truck,
a truck,
lures, rods,
all of
line,
that.
lodging,
Dude, there's so
fuel.
much. Yeah. I've never been so good at fishing where like someone came to recruit me to come fish the Bassmasters. That's not a thing in our sport.
Right.
And it's just taken a lifetime for me to leverage myself in a position to where I'm like, man, maybe I could take a crack at this one day.
Yeah.
But like, I don't want to go down the road I see so many people go down. And dude, shout out to everybody that's ever chased this dream, because it's one of the hardest ones to bring to fruition. Tens of thousands of you guys know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
man. To number one, have the balls to take that step and gamble everything.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, right? Put yourself beyond your means to give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it bothers me that this current landscape of fishing and media and content almost has forgotten how important that context of tournament angling is.
Right.
Because even though my focus has been elsewhere, like I've always had an incredible amount of respect for that scene and that part of the culture and its influence on fishing as a whole.
Right.
And I just feel like, man, it's being disrespected. Guys like yourself, the anglers themselves, aren't given due respect, and it's wild to me. And I want to have an opportunity to have an influence on that.
Yeah.
In my own way.
Yeah.
So I told myself I just wouldn't put myself in a position where I'm struggling to pay for entries, I'm struggling to pay for expenses, and letting the stresses and the unknowns factor into my performance and my ability to catch fish.
Right.
And I feel like I finally am at that point in my life. And
Yeah.
I've got an incredible amount of experience in the last 6-7 years under my belt. Across so many different scenarios. And man, if there's no other time to try and compete on the Bassmaster Opens,
yeah,
there is no other better time than now. So 2021, I've committed to fishing all 9 events.
Wow. How about that?
Big
Because
news.
I want to be like Mike.
There you go. That's wild, man.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And all 9, which is
I'm all
awesome.
in.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're all in. You're
Yeah,
in. You're doing it.
I don't do anything half-assed.
Right. Yeah.
I haven't got to this point by being timid or being unsure of myself.
Yeah.
I've had to earn my confidence
Yeah.
the hard way, and I'm good, man. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to have fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important element that I saw get missed by a lot of tournament anglers, as I was a tournament angler for most of my life at a much lower level, of course.
Yeah.
But the rules are the same.
Yeah.
The concept is the same. The execution is the same, and the highs are the same, and the lows are the same.
Yeah.
And I just see so many guys that fall so in love with bass fishing and get enthralled with tournament fishing, and then it turns sour.
Right.
For so many reasons.
Yeah.
And man, if you're not doing it to have fun, number one, you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Right. Yeah.
And I was guilty of that
Yeah.
as a younger angler.
Right.
Like, dude, I was like, I mean, it's gambling at some degree.
Right.
Right? You're buying in.
Yeah.
I'm like, Psh, man, I could beat these guys and make my money back. Or,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And man, so many times I ate it, man. I
Yeah.
just donate. Like,
Yeah.
man, this is brutal.
Yeah. I think you're doing the right thing, though. Pete, I want you to weigh in on this. So many guys, young anglers, have that vision, and they jump right into it. Oliver took the opposite approach. He took his time. He waited for things to get right. He got the experience. He's got a great attitude. Is this the way to do it? Is this the way to get into it?
I think so. A lot of guys will, like you said, they have bad experiences, Oliver, because they get the carriage in front of the horse. Maybe they get the sponsorship first before they have the fishing experience, or maybe they just have the revenue to play with, and they jump out there and have a bad experience with it. But that's the way to do it. Is to be patient and learn. Obsess yourself, like you experienced with Mike. How Mike still obsesses.
Issues, I'm telling you.
I know. I mean, I would fish till dark, and I'm exhaust myself at practice for one of these tournaments, and I'm like, this is the day I am going to be the last one to the boat launch. And every single time he would still be behind me, still be 30 minutes behind me. It'd be pitch black.
It's like a Kobe Bryant story, man.
I know. But no, that's the way to do it, and it's big. It's a big thing. You're taking on 9 tournaments. It's awesome. But let me ask you, have you fished tournaments before? What's your, where have you been in your tournament game leading up to now?
So this goes back to being only able to digest a little piece of each person's story. All right, and even Clint just assumed I didn't have any tournament experience for the most part. And like, bro, I've been around this game for a minute. And I grew up fishing the club level, regional team tournament stuff, and, dabbled. The highest level I got to was like an FLW Costa on the West Coast because our opportunities are limited on the West Coast. It's not like Texas on. Like, it's a whole different scene. So, I mean, I fished a lot of them, man. Like, I loved it. And even before I was able to fish them, because I was so heavily influenced by tournament culture, when I'm fun fishing, I'm obviously counting how many fish I catch, but also trying to figure out how much my biggest 5 weighed.
You're having a tournament in your own head.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did. I used to do that all the time.
Dude, you know how nervous I was to fish against my friends in our first fun tournament? Bro, I took that as serious as the Bassmaster Classic. I am not playing.
Hell yeah, dude.
As you should.
Yo, that first bite I got on that Carolina rig Yamamoto grub, I was like, oh, here it comes. These fools are in trouble. And that's the only one I caught. I lost. But it's just those early dreams, man. It was a part of my upbringing as a young angler. That might not be the case anymore because you got all these other avenues within fishing.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, people have lost the importance of context. All right, it's not everything.
Yeah.
But it is important because that context matters.
Yeah.
Like, we had to go to a lake we call Pizza Lake because they eat pizza off of Joe's dock.
Pizza.
Okay?
Pizza
so
eaters.
that 4-pounder, as cool as it was, and a much-needed confidence booster, and, I almost was like, wow, really? I'm going to go fish the opens? I can't even catch a bass right now. All right?
It's okay. I can't either.
The context of that is important. That, I may not be able to catch that fish doing what I was doing on a pressured public lake in a time constraint at a location.
Yeah.
Like, that's, and remember, I talked about dudes putting themselves in this position to have a chance. You think they're going to hold back?
Yeah.
Bro, they got everything riding on this a lot of times.
Yeah.
You should be paying attention to somebody trying their best to catch a fish when it's not easy.
Yep.
Not when they eat pizza.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Here's the other thing too, and I want to get to Riz because I know Riz is getting backed up with questions, but I did want to ask you something, Bri. You had a note on here which I think is dead on, that most people do it the other way, right?
Everybody does.
Everybody dreams.
Everybody, but everybody does it the other way. Everybody, they'll go fish the opens, worry about the other stuff later, right?
Bruh.
The content, the branding, the fan. But you've reversed it, right?
Well,
Brian?
I mean,
He's reversed it
he's making a living in the fishing industry
already.
Which is wild.
Right.
Already.
Without fishing tournaments.
Right.
Nobody goes from already making a living in the fishing industry without fishing tournaments and then goes that way. Unless maybe like some guides or something like that. But I don't really know of anybody that's done it the way he's done it. Come from
Very
a
unique.
content creator
Very
perspective.
Thanks for not calling me a YouTuber. I appreciate you.
Boom. I got you, brother. I got you, man. I got you.
Very unique. Very unique.
It
Very
is.
unique.
Are you worried? Are you worried about your brand? Are you worried that
You know what's funny is I've had a couple conversations with brand partners, and some people have been like expressing concern with that, and I'm like, bro, you really think I'm gonna bomb 9 times in a row? 'Cause I don't.
That's good. Confidence.
Come on, man.
Confidence is good.
I'm telling you, I've earned my confidence. I've taken my licks. I've blanked 4 days in a row in Jersey. I'm ready for this. I got no problem losing. I got no problem blanking.
There you have it.
I've done wilder things within fishing.
Bash U, Ike Live crew, and Jersey were taking all the credit for Oliver's success.
Big shout out to the Northeast.
4
man.
shitty days.
Y'all getting me ready.
I got a question about swim bait fishing and how you're gonna manage that in the tournament scene.
Yeah. It's a good question.
So this is the same kind of scenario unfolding as I entered that big fish tournament in Missouri on Lake of the Ozarks in 2018, right? Like, I'm like, oh, how many people fish this thing? Thousands? Okay, that's daunting. Now let's think about how much big fish experience that body of anglers represents.
Yeah.
And realizing I probably have more than all of them.
Right.
It's true.
Yeah. Specifically fishing, for big
for
fish.
a big fish within whatever, conditions.
Yeah.
I've literally spent portions of my life trying to find that fish.
Yeah.
So I paid my dues, man, and understood that I stand a pretty decent shot at executing what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
And I called my boy Wes Yancey. He had just hired a new media guy. And I was like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Come out, man. I got a feeling about this. I haven't caught a bass in largemouth in 5 months because I've been smallmouth fishing and whatever else all summer. But I just feel good about this. Like, let's go have some fun, number one.
Yeah.
And let's maybe capture a dope story to share with other anglers. But at the same time, like, yo, I'm ready to catch a big one. Like, I haven't thrown a big swim bait at a largemouth in a while. Like, this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
And, man, we went out there, and I did it. Despite anybody's perceptions or, insecurities about my ability to perform that act. And it's a lot of the same, man. It's the mental side of the fishing game that's allowed me to put myself in a position again and again and again to catch a fish of a lifetime for the average angler. Insert largemouth bass, insert smallmouth bass, insert muskies. I got a freaking 1.21 Murray cod. Like, dude, I've got to experience really hard to experience things through fishing, and obviously competing at that level is really hard. But man, I've just paid my dues, and I'm ready, man. I'm good, and I'm in a position now where if I fail, it's not gonna matter because I'm still gonna catch a big fish in a tournament or not.
Right.
Hopefully in the tournament.
Yeah.
And I've done that at all those bottom levels.
Yeah.
The first time I caught a swimbait bass in tournament competition was in my club tournament. Shout out to the California Bass Contenders. I was fishing with my man Ron Jenke, who I got to hang out with at Havasu this last Memorial Day weekend. He had a super dope Ranger at the time, and I was still learning when to throw the swim bait and when not to. We're at Diamond Valley, foggy morning, run all the way to the opposite corner. I throw a 10-inch heavy triple trout over this deep saddle in like 35 feet of water, and like, dude, within 5 minutes, I caught one. And that mental barrier that I broke through of catching a big bait fish in a tournament was broken.
Right.
I did it.
Right.
And I failed a bunch of times after that.
Yeah.
But then I've also won team tournaments in the regional side by like margins of 19 pounds on the big
smokes.
bait.
Right.
Caught 6 fish,
Right.
called a 6-pounder.
Yeah.
Like, I've done that. And those are things that seem inconceivable to a younger version of myself.
Yeah.
So this is no different to me.
Yeah. Well, I tell you the one thing that sticks out to me as you're talking is and Pete knows this too, is confidence. And you gotta have confidence, and you gotta believe you can win. You gotta believe you can catch a big one every time you go out. And if you don't, if you don't believe that, you won't.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah.
But if you believe it can happen. It happens more easily.
And I hope my confidence comes across as that and not arrogance, because the difference is arrogance is not earned.
Right.
Like, I've taken those licks.
Yeah.
Right. And I know it's just like basketball.
Yeah.
Right. And I've got to a point where I just stopped yapping and I've let my game speak for itself.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've done that with my fishing.
Yeah.
And I've worked really hard to build this body of work that represents my abilities to do something difficult in a context that matters. Because other than today, other than fishing on a Yeti event, like, I don't do the private stuff. Because the context matters to me. I don't need to just catch a bass.
Right.
I want to catch a bass that people don't think can be caught.
Yeah.
That's why I don't go to El Salto. That's why I don't do this, that, and a third. Like, no, like, it's like the homies that go, to the dance club in TJ and come back and like, man, that girl really likes me. I got a personality. Like, bro, you're covered in glitter, homie. Like,
dude, it's funny because that
doesn't translate to the bar down the street.
That story you just told is Brian the Carpenter every week.
Every week.
Oh, hold on. Why don't we update who's on here?
What do you mean?
I don't know. We got the Riz over there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing, but
All right. I meant Brian's ghost. Rizzo, what do you got?
Kill me.
You got some questions coming through? What do you got?
Yeah, we do. So the first one that I want to go with here is from it's from Ike's Tattoos, and Ike's Tattoos wants to know what lake are you looking forward to most on the open schedule, and what lake are you concerned about most on the open?
I'm not concerned about any of them. I'm going to give myself an opportunity to learn every one of them. I've fished a few of them, so the ones that I fished, I'm looking forward to because I've had good history on a couple of them. They're all within my wheelhouse because it all involves fishing and a rod and a reel and a hook.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot, man. So I'm honestly looking to every opportunity. Like, seriously. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to try to do what I do best and not worry about anything else. Like, the chips will fall where they fall. And I'm just going to give it hell and have a blast and document it and share it with you guys. And if you can find some sense of engagement and, something you can relate to, like, I'm good, man, like, win or lose, however it ends up. And the beauty is, like, I honestly don't care, like, if I don't win.
Yeah.
Because I told myself I wanted to be in a position to win big.
Right.
It's the same mindset as catching a trophy bass. The strategy is different. The execution is different. But every tournament I've won, like, I didn't care if I lost or not.
Yeah.
And I just went out there and tried to catch the 5 biggest ones I could.
You didn't have the pressure that if you didn't do good, it wouldn't crush you.
Right.
Right.
Because I failed plenty of times. Like, it'd just be another failure.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah. Oliver, your week here in New Jersey is going to prepare you for the suckhole called Oneida Lake.
I've been on Oneida. I had fun on Oneida. It's a big picnic on there.
Hate that lake, man.
Pete hates it.
Oh, that's too
I'm
bad.
going to get it this year. This
Pete's
is
hate.
the year I'm going to get Oneida Lake. This is the year.
Pete's hate. Pete's hate on the message board.
Pete's taint.
Riz, what else you got?
So the next one I'll go with is from the Tin Cup Bottle. And the Tin Cup Bottle wants to know, Oliver, speak the truth. Would you rather catch consistent keener fish throughout the year or win one Bassmaster Opens event?
Oh.
That's a tough one. Well, I've caught teeners, but I haven't won a Bassmaster Open yet. I'm going to go with the Open.
There you
I
go.
would say so, yeah.
But if you were to ask me if I'd rather have the world record or the classic,
Say it.
somebody wins a classic every year.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you're right.
There's only 2 people at the top of that world record list.
I'd like the shot at the world record.
Oliver, when you talk about on your videos cast to catch, is that like an influence from the debacle that happened with Mike Long?
Man, that's Southern California drama is what that influence is. All right, people have been faking it, like, and it started in the marketing side of fishing industry, and it's an ugly part of the game. So to resolve that, people started putting out cast to catch footage, uncut clips to show people like, yo, I really did this.
Yeah.
And it's part of addressing the ugly side of the game, but it's become a necessity, and it sucks because, like, I really can't even go out and have fun and just, like, make a cast without having a camera rolling anymore.
Right.
Like, what does that say about where this culture is?
Right.
Yeah.
Because, dude, I could catch one on a piece of, hot dog or a pizza. What if that thing's like a giant? Like,
Hey, it's it's just that the assholes ruin it for everybody.
Man.
Because of them, we got to have passwords for everything.
Right.
And I cannot remember my damn passwords. Drives me up a freaking wall, but because some scumbag doesn't want to work for a living, has to hack into people's shit, we all got to have passwords. So I'm with you.
Yeah, man. So it is just what it is.
That whole thing, I mean, that affected, the Mike Long thing affected a lot of people, but it really, really seemed like it affected the West Coast swim bait guys. Like, there was this.
For sure.
I mean, we heard it. When it happened, we discussed it on the show, and we heard from people out here that were appalled and disgusted by it.
Right.
But what was the? I mean, when it went down, what was the feeling from the swim bait guys out west? Was it they wanted to go kill him? They wanted to lynch him?
Yeah, I will say when that happened, I was honestly kind of disappointed in how quickly the mob just turned on a human being.
Right.
Number one, without potentially knowing all the facts, and until the world hears from Mike Long himself, I can't really elaborate on anything more than that.
Right.
But like, damn, like, let's hear from that dude first.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
your opinion can be whatever it is. But it sucked. It sucked for the culture, right? It just sucked.
Yeah. Yeah, he was
did come
very
down.
inspirational to a lot of people.
For sure. And I mean, he was an influence on me and everybody else that had big bass streams
Yeah.
or aspirations to catch a giant bass. Because, like, for a heavy portion of the 90s and the 2000s, like, that dude was on every magazine, on TV shows, and
A lot of endorsements,
for
a lot
sure.
of money, a lot of sponsorships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually was messaging with him a couple years back about coming on Bass U. And then, I'm peripherally involved with this whole thing and trying to keep, the pulse on all the different subgenres within fishing and swim bait, that whole genre being one of them. And I was able to pick up on a few negative vibes about him.
Back before it was.
Back before,
it came out.
yeah. Even out here, I picked up on some stuff that steered me away.
Yeah.
So I just want to give myself a shout out for sniffing out the rat.
Shout out to Brian Carpenter.
Shout out to Brian
I
Carpenter.
want to put this out there too, right? Like, you can only take what you see at face value, yourself, for example, and formulate a complete picture. So I'm telling you, like, until the world hears from him, I would not.
It's interesting
I
that
would
he
throw
hasn't.
the book at him.
It's interesting that he hasn't addressed. He hasn't addressed anything yet, has he?
I would like to hear what he had to say.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Because honestly, people were waiting for me
Good
to
point.
chime in on this. This is,
Brian Carpenter.
you
Mike
bastards are the only ones that have
gotcha.
got me to talk about this at all. You bastards.
Yeah.
But and here's the thing. I know Mike on a personal level to where, like, that person that I knew isn't that same person.
Right.
That it just doesn't line up.
Right.
Right. He spent time in my boat. I've seen him catch big bass.
Right.
So did he do what he did? Maybe.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, man. It
It
sucks.
is tough.
It just sucks.
Yeah.
I can agree with you on one thing, and that is sometimes the rush to the internet rush to lynch somebody, or the internet lynchings that happen so quickly.
Yeah.
It's a common human behavior, right?
Yeah,
I mean, all the way back.
One person makes one comment, and the next guy's got to say something even
Dude,
nastier.
it's a snowball effect. It's wild.
That is kind of ugly. The footage certainly seemed pretty compelling, but like you said,
in those instances, it certainly seemed that he was up to no good. But you're right. There's two sides to every story, but he's not giving us his side of the story.
Honestly, over the years, I've been like telling him, like, man, you should just speak up for yourself more, because there's just people that don't like him, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, there's people that don't like you. There's people that don't like me.
Yeah.
There's probably nobody that doesn't like Brian the Carpenter.
Everybody likes Brian, except for his wife.
Right, her.
Yeah, man. So I don't know. I honestly would rather have people focus on the positives in the sport. 'Cause, like, dude, I don't even have time to digest all of that going on in my life, let alone whatever drama bullshit.
Right.
I just don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So unfortunate is what it is.
Speaking of the drama,
eventually hear from him.
And I hope we do.
Yeah.
What was the drama like when you caught that 17-4?
Oh man, I mean, look at the video, right? I've got it documented from 3 different angles beyond cast to catch, like 20-minute long clip leading into it. And had Scott Whitmer and Whit Curry with me, like in a different boat, like witnesses, the whole deal. The most well documented fish of that caliber ever. That's not a clickbait title, right? Cast to catch to scale, and people still yap. It's crazy.
About what?
Conspiracy theories. I took GPS coordinates and this, that, and the third. It's like, yo, what the hell? Like, where? I want to hear some name drops. Who saw me? Who got this info?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I heard this, that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Dude,
It's wild.
I just remember what it felt like for me to catch that Black Fury pickerel. And I was thinking, like, what the hell did that feel like when you put that fish in the net, man?
Yeah.
Can you even describe it?
I did. Have you not been on YouTube?
Yeah, you said you can't describe it.
I mean, yeah, they say a picture, says 1,000 words. I got a pretty long video with some narration and, voiceover. I mean, I can only do so much.
People send you a link.
Yeah. I thought you might have had some time to, dwell on it, and it was pretty all. It was amazing.
awesome.
Obviously, everybody's watched it.
72-pounder giant.
Tremendous catch.
There's bigger.
Giant.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. What the speaking of giants, Brian.
Okay, go ahead. I got a few things before
All right.
we take our next break.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about this one thing and then get to it. The other world record, the story that I heard, and again, this is funny because as the fish get bigger, the stories get bigger, right? So you know, and again, if you weren't there, if you didn't see video, cast to catch, then there's speculation involved, right?
Always.
But the story that I heard when I was in Japan, the story that I heard from like a dude that guides on Biwa like 300 days a year, pretty reliable source, was that it was caught on a bluegill, and that whole.
I think that's actually like known fact.
Is it known fact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's legal there.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That changes it to me.
I think that's why it's interesting in
Does
fishing.
that not change it though?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. But it's different, right? Because that cultural situation is different than ours. Right?
Right.
In California, we can't use bluegill for bait.
Right.
But I get on the Colorado River system that borders Arizona, and we can. In Texas, you can. I don't know what it's like here.
Right.
But what's okay here isn't okay over there. So who's right or who's wrong?
Yeah.
And it's just interesting to me, because obviously he caught it on live bait. Does it make it less of an accomplishment? Who's to say? And I mean,
Right.
who's the governing body there?
Yeah.
Whose opinion is more important than the other guys?
Yeah.
I say
Because
no.
it seemed like
World
he actually
record
had to
is a
be a
world
pretty
record.
pretty witty and ingenious human being to lead up to that sequence of events. From what I understand, I don't know the whole story. I've never spoken to Manabu, but I could be getting this wrong because I wasn't there. All right, but from what I understand, he found this fish or group of fish,
and
was
on a
trying,
piling.
yeah, and was conditioning them.
Yeah, he fed them for months.
Science, baby.
Yeah.
Like,
He fed him for months. So he basically
What?
The story that I heard, it's probably the same one. On Lake Biwa, there's a bridge so Biwa has a section that's super shallow, almost like Ticonderoga, Champlain. And then you get to a bridge where the lake opens up. And he was gone there like every other day for months. He'd go with bluegill. And he would get the bluegill. They'd all be bite-sized, those good eating-sized bluegill.
Right.
And he would like stun them a little bit. He'd just kind of smack them a little so they'd get a little stunned. He'd throw them out there, and he'd have this group of bass on this piling just coming up. He did it for months and months and months, dude.
Pavlov's response.
Yeah. And so the fish are getting used to his boat. They're getting used to the noise. They're getting used to the, when that boat came at a certain time, the banging of the bluegill's head on the side of the boat, and knowing that they're going to be
all
fed.
that is positive reinforcement, right?
Yeah. So the story that I heard is finally the day, and he picked the right day. It was like an overcast day. He went for his feeding, and he got the bluegill, and he stunned it, and he hooked on there, and he threw it out there next to the piling. And that group of fish ran up to the bluegill as it hits the water, and there's like I can't remember if he said 5 or 7 fish in the group.
Big ones.
And the smallest one in the group grabs the bluegill and eats it. And that was the world record.
What?
How crazy is
What?
that?
The smallest one in the group of 5 or 7 ate the bluegill, and
That's
that was the world
crazy.
record.
But, think about the amount of dedication and just creativeness to put yourself in that situation, whether you think a live bait catch, is the same thing as an artificial lure catch. And I personally don't, obviously. But if you go back to the live bait culture of Southern California in the early 90s, dude, it was all live bait.
Yeah.
Crawdads.
Right.
Mudsuckers.
Yeah.
Water dogs. Nobody batted an eye at that.
Right.
They didn't go, oh, you caught that 20-pounder on a crawdad. Oh, you suck.
20 pounds. Jesus.
Dude, that stuff that was going on was crazy.
Yeah. I actually met him. He was at
the Japanese angler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at the classic in New Orleans that Kevin won. And I was with Ed. And he was at the bar, the hotel bar, after Kevin won, and we were lighting up his tab.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you know, he won, and so he had an open tab, and Freddie Verbanis was there. And Kevin, I hope you're listening. And he's like, yeah, just throw it on his tab. And we just dog piled it.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev.
Nice.
But he was there. And,
when did he win?
We sort of kind of talked to him, but he don't speak very good English.
Yeah. I'm just saying, at that point, after feeding him for 2 months, don't you think he could have threw like a Matt Loris bluegill in there and he would have ate it?
Maybe.
Or Senko.
Or a black Senko, Pete, 5-inch.
100%. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he.
Yeah.
I would assume that he tried catching it on an artificial, but like, you know, being around pressured trophy fish in Southern California, not even close to that size. Yo, man, these things are not dumb.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not dumb.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting.
The dude
If
did
it's-
what he
if
had to
it's
do.
illegal-
He caught it.
Yeah.
If
Legally.
it's a legal catch, it's a legal catch. You
Right.
know, I mean, it is what it is. I don't, unless they change the rules for records. You know,
They don't.
let it fly.
Yeah.
You know, that's amazing. Those other 5, I can't imagine. What were they? 23, 24, 25 pounds?
We'll never know. Only he'll know. We have to get him on Ike Live too, Brian. We'll have a translator on. We'll get Sego, Cieto, to translate for us. All right,
Okay,
Brian, what do you
Sego
got?
can speak good English?
Dude, Sego's English is great.
Hey, we had him on the couch down in the old studio.
Yeah, but he was trying to let Marizo do his own thing.
Okay.
But no, when I went to Japan, Sego was
Okay.
helped with translation.
Well,
for me.
fantastic then.
Yeah. What do you got, Brian?
Well, let's take a commercial break. We got some guests coming on, some surprise guests. You guys don't know who they are. Big names.
Ooh.
This is going to be fun. And I wanted to give, again, Greg DePalma turned me on, hooked us up with the connect
Yes.
to Joe.
Big shout to GDP,
Shout out to Joe.
man.
Shout out to Joe. That was awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
thank you
And
to
Joe,
both those guys. I
for
haven't met
sure.
Joe yet, but I can't wait to be his best friend in Fish's Lake.
He's a good guy. He's
Bring
a
the
good guy.
pizza.
And, without them
Who's
two,
Joe?
you still wouldn't have a bass in New Jersey.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
I got you.
GDP, thank you. Hang in there with us. Listen, we got one more segment coming. It's going to be a good one. I don't even know who the guests are. Also, we're going to be doing an MTB unboxing. Hang in there with us. When we come back, one more segment of Ike Live.
Hi, today we're going chest to chest in the Dr. Squatch lather test. On that half of Mike's impressive chest, we're rubbing him down with 3 name brand bars. The result? A sad, milky film of disappointment. How's that feel, Mike? You see, Big Soap cuts corners and strips out all the sudsy goodness in order to make production cheaper. But not Dr. Squatch. Don't worry, Mike. Dr. Squatch soap retains all the natural ingredients, which creates a rich, foamy lather, leaving your skin healthy, soft, and clean. Ooh, looks like Squatch is taking over this peck party. How do you feel now, Mike? Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. When we say it lathers, it f***ing lathers. You deserve glorious lather. Take the lather challenge for yourself today.
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, Go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh. Is he in my pocket?
This time of year, I definitely recommend putting a little bit of this on your soft plastics too. There he is. Another one. Next cast. And that would be number 6. I'm addicted. I'll admit it. I'm straight addicted.
This might be bigger.
You think so?
Yeah. Feels bigger. I haven't even seen this thing yet. It doesn't want to come up. Don't break me off the rocks.
Oh, it's a... Oh!
27 incher.
He caught it.
28.
Oh my god, that's such a healthy fish. Look at the size. Put a little liquid mayhem on your crappie jig, and look where the stripers get it. You can't even see it, man. That might be a keeper.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. I know I am. As we always talk about, Brian the Carpenter, you know it's a good show when time's flying by. I just looked at our feed. We were like 2 hours and 24 minutes already. It feels like fucking 10 minutes.
Yes. Time.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, we're going to feel it in the morning.
And the morning's a different story, but a measure of a good show is always that it's like hours and it feels like it's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I want to. Yeah.
I've got
what do you
them.
got, Brian?
I've got them.
You've got them.
Yeah, they're here.
Okay.
So
All right.
let's not delay on that.
All right. Let's not delay. All right. So listen, Brian's always so good at surprise guests, and he's got some lined up right now. So joining us here on Ike Live.
I'm gonna let you pick them out and name them as I pop them up on
All
the
right.
screen.
Join us now on Ike Live. We've got 3 mystery guests. It looks like I see a Seth Fighter.
Yeah.
What up, boys?
Seth! I see Carl.
Hey, going, boys.
What's up?
Yo, this
Hey,
is
mate.
wild.
And my eyes can't see the one below. It looks like a Brandon.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's
up? Wow. Holy shit, I feel like I'm on Straycast. These are like 3 dynamite guests at one time.
Yeah. I figured I'd do like Pat does and just get everybody that's ever fished on the same show at once.
All right, now listen. I really, dude, I almost feel like intimidated right now because I got to tell you that right now on this screen, right now on this dumb podcast that we've been doing for 7 years, we honestly have 4 of the most influential young anglers in the world. So thank you guys for coming on the show.
Yeah, that panel is wild,
dude,
man.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
I want to start with, let me start with Carl. Carl, Oliver's here in studio.
Good day, mate.
Hey, mate.
I want to know, we've already, I know your ears were ringing because we talked about you a little bit this week already, but talk about how you guys influence each other. How has Oliver influenced you? How has Carl influenced you, Oliver? Is it?
Man, you know what? We first met through Brandon when I was living in Texas and on a run with those big fish in Austin. And man, I only knew what I knew from him through the gram and some social stuff, right? I'm like, oh, Aussie dude, like his story fascinated me, like it continues to fascinate everybody else.
Yeah.
Like this dude is chasing his dream. Or you want to talk about those struggles we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Like, dude, this dude left his country.
Oh yeah.
To come chase, fish that he'd never caught before.
Yeah.
And he's doing it at the highest level.
Yeah.
Like, that's aspirational shit.
Yeah.
And the dude he's just a dope man. I mean, I've seen his abilities firsthand with a rod in his hand, and at the IHOP, breakfast where like the server's getting him free OJ because he's got a stupid accent. like, yo, what the hell?
That's some shit.
That's not even fair.
The power of the accent.
All he's doing is talking.
Yeah. Carl, has Oliver influenced you in your fishing and the way you fish a big bait, or the way you tournament fish, or the way you have an outlook on tournaments?
Yeah, no doubt. It's Oliver was probably him and Brandon, but through Brandon, put me in touch with Oliver. But for me, coming over here and doing all these crazy things, leaving my country, like, it's things that excite me, like that give me a big rush of like, this is crazy. That's kind of what excites me in life, is going after things that not everyone else can do or is doing or trying to do. And the big bait thing really excited me from every different aspect of it. And I could see what Oliver was doing, and I've been listening to this whole podcast. It's been awesome, and I've been into it the whole time because I know Oliver's story and been friends with him, and that big bait side of things just got me so ramped up. But Oliver hadn't talked about the tournament side of things too much, but I wanted to introduce that side of things into my game, into my tournament arsenal. I was like, how can I do what Oliver's doing and bring it into the tournament game? And also just watching what Oliver's doing, he was making fishing cool, just like what you guys had spoke about. And I haven't tried to do that because I was never the cool kid at school. I just had
Phil, you get free orange juice for no reason. You're cool as shit.
I got a lot cooler when I got over here, and I just
it didn't really work the same when I went over there, man.
He said, but yeah, Oliver's he's just been awesome. And I actually reached out to Oliver and asked him. I said, I don't want to. It's going to take me years and years to learn this. The Murray cod and the barramundi are the things in Australia that gave me that feeling of like when I was fishing for them, I got that twist in the guts that makes you like when you're winding your bait back, you're like, it feels like the first time you've ever been fishing because they're so big and ferocious and just the way they act. And I had the only way I could get that feeling in America was when I was tournament fishing, when I was competing and or it was the final day. That's when I would get that feeling. And then when I went with Oliver and I fished that, I got that feeling back because I was fishing a hinkle trout or a 9-inch, 12-inch bait, and these giants were following it up and then eating it in front of me. And I got that feeling. So I not only then got the feeling of the tournament fishing and what I had moved here for, but then when the season had ended, I could fish these giant baits and try and catch the biggest bass or biggest fish, fish that I've dreamt about, sort of my whole life. So Oliver was a huge inspiration for that. And then just that dream and that big bass dream, and when I would wear that hat, and that's a lot of it is where Fear My Heart came from, and a lot of that got inspired. And Oliver would wear that brand, and I would wear his stuff because I was dreaming, and it just all came together. And I just like to see someone that is doing something and going after something that is, out there, and just seeing the way that he is never altered from. I don't know when I actually met Oliver, how long ago was it? It was before I met the elites, but he's the same. He's the same. He's been going after the same thing. He's been chasing up and just continually pushing the limits one after the other and growing and not getting set back by those. You get the setbacks and you see the people, they come and go in this sport. I've been here for 10 years and I've seen hundreds, maybe thousands of people just come and go through this sport. And there's those certain few that just stay. And Oliver has stayed strong. And, fishing needs him, and tournament fishing needs someone like Oliver, just like we need Ike and everything that he's done. I think Oliver is just going to be a great asset to tournament fishing. And when I heard, we speak often, but Oliver's a friend that we don't speak that much, months and months, because we're busy getting after it. But when we connect, it's like we've never been apart. It's just like, what's up, straight away. He knows he's welcome. I know I'm welcome. Anytime around him, we'd always try and fish together. That's the sort of friends that you want, and that's the sort of person Oliver is. And when I heard that he's finally going to actually get after it and go for the opens, I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome. We need that.
Yes.
Cheers,
Yes.
mate.
That's awesome. And I got to tell you, just hearing you talk, Carl, it's great because how two guys can be so different
from
the
other ends of the world.
Yeah, so different, but yet so the same. Yeah. It's a very, very amazing story. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and let me touch on that, man. So I got to show Carl just some basic fundamental things with the big glide bait. And, I mean, obviously he's a talented angler in his own right. I mean, all his winnings and records are still standing, I believe, in Australia. He hasn't been there in like 10, 15 years or something crazy like that. And he's been able to take a little bit of that insight and validation and build on it in his own way and, like, utilize it at that highest level. Like, man,
cool.
That's so dope.
It's cool to see that,
See
that happen, that connection. Brandon, first of all, before we get in the conversation, I do have to say congratulations. Engagement, Tiffany, official. Woo! That's awesome. Congrats.
Yeah, official.
Congrats, guys.
About time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think.
Cheers to that.
Yeah.
Cheers to that.
Cheers.
Yeah.
So,
Cheers.
Becky showed me the day that it happened, or when you guys finally posted it. And there were terrific pictures and everything. You guys looked amazing. And, you know, Beck's like, look, Brandon and Tiffany got engaged. I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. And then Beck goes, yeah, finally. But it was such a woman's response, you know. I'm like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And Beck was like, finally, you know. But I want to talk to you about the same thing. Like, you guys have obviously influenced each other. But I want to hit it from a different perspective, which is, you guys have taken swim baits, which was always, and we mentioned this on BU a little bit, which was always this underground, shut up, don't talk about it.
Right.
And you guys have helped the world learn about them. Brandon, I want to start with you. Was it easy? Is it hard when you have to divulge that stuff? You do it in seminars. You design the bait from Storm. You explain it live on Bassmaster Live. Is it easy to give that away, or is that a hard thing to do because it's such a cool, like, culture, like a subculture?
It's both. It's awesome because you're sharing that experience. Or maybe I should start on the other side. It's hard because you're giving the info to a technique that is so deadly in certain situations, and has the ability to put fish in the boat that no other bait has the ability to do.
Right.
There are certain fish that will get to a certain either size or mentality that those fish just won't react to any other bait that they will a big swim bait.
Right.
You know, whether it be a Defiant or a Huddleston or a Rashi Glide, you know, there's certain fish that just won't react to normal baits. And the flip side of that is that all of the cool things that we've seen, whether it's by myself, Oliver by himself, or the cool things that we've seen together throwing big baits.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to share that. You want to see other people experience that.
Yeah.
Because it's such a different style of fishing. And like I talked about how those certain fish will react. Even 2-pounders will react differently to a big bait than they will a spinnerbait or a chatterbait. Like, I've never had a bass chase my crankbait up to a boat real nice and slow and then just run its head straight into my trolling motor. Like, that only happens with a big bait, right? Like, where they get so just tuned in that all of a sudden, you know, you'll see them. They're zeroed in on the bait and they're following it and they have no idea you're there. They don't know it's a boat. It's just an object that's casting a shadow. And then all of a sudden it kind of clicks and they realize it's like they woke up from a bad dream. They're like, how in the hell did I just get here? And to see those things happen is what makes me want to share it. You know, and then like watching all of the things that Oliver does and puts out there to expand that category. And I think it started out there, but as his brand has evolved over time, it has become much more about just sharing the experience and the passion of fishing, right? Like getting out there and enjoying that journey and that experience.
Yeah.
And that all stems from like chasing one bass, and then it evolves into like chasing the dream, which can be anything. Can be the experience, the journey, whatever it may be.
Yeah. I want to throw the same question to you, Oliver. Do you feel the same way?
I definitely want to touch on that
Yeah.
because you want to talk about two different subcultures within fishing: trophy hunting and tournament angling. The most tight-lipped things through the 90s and 2000s. I mean, guys used to cover their decks at my local tournaments with towels so you couldn't see.
Shout out to Chris Alfonso.
Like,
He said
you know what I
decks?
mean?
Yeah.
Like, so there was this huge barrier in sharing that harder info against your competition, because even
Yeah.
in the trophy side, like, other people want to catch that same fish. So you're battling for, finite resources, whether that's time on that water in that spot for that opportunity, or potentially giving your competition a leg up.
Right.
Or at least an even leg.
Right.
I mean, that's not easy to ask of somebody. So we live now in a culture in fishing that info is expected, versus like where I came from, like, yo, I'm not telling you nothing. So
yeah,
all you guys that digest all the info from those incredible anglers on the screen sitting in front of me through
Yeah.
Bass University, man, be thankful you guys live in this modern era of information. But I want to emphasize it matters who and where your information is coming from, and these guys
Praise
are the
the Lord.
ones I want to be listening
Yes.
to.
Yes.
I'll add to that. I'll say yes. I agree.
So everybody give yourselves
Yeah.
a round of applause.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to
agree.
jump in though and say something and a personal thank you, because I got to experience something, and I haven't ever told this story about how you guys are influencing people. So I was boat captaining one of Vegas's tournaments this year, and in each tournament I have two kids that get on my boat. So Vegas was one, and I had this other young kid, Chris, who was like a little older in Vegas. He was like 11 years old. And dude showed up at Manasquan, where it was like a finesse bite, like you have to be throwing like a drop shot on 6 pound with only big baits.
Yes.
And he was and he was referencing Brandon and Oliver that day all day. And I'm in the boat. He didn't even care about me.
Yeah.
But what the point is,
I'm telling you, kids, put some respect on this
I know,
man's
no,
name.
I don't care. No, the point is,
I love it.
Brandon. The point is, and Albert. I know it's hard to give that stuff up, and it's sometimes hard. I know. I've lived it too for 20 years. But thank you for doing it, because you're inspiring. You're inspiring people. You're
It's crazy,
inspiring
man.
kids.
And I really just feel like it's an evolution of us as people, right? A younger version of myself was a lot more selfish, a lot more unsure of my own abilities, and more focused on, establishing that body of work to validate myself.
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore. I've got to experience incredible things. And I've seen the power of just giving someone a little bit of glimpse and catching their first whatever, their biggest whatever, and like seeing that energy again, like brings me back.
Yeah.
And like, dude, that's the coolest thing in fishing. It's not me catching them anymore.
Yeah.
It's enabling other people to live their
Yeah.
dreams.
It's great.
And like all these guys are doing that.
Yeah. It's a great feeling.
It really
it's a great feeling
is.
to pass it on.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling to pass it on.
You'd think I could be nice enough to give you that same feeling up in the Northeast and let you catch a bass in the last 4 days.
You feel me? Dude, out of
gosh,
all of
dang, how many days is it gonna take?
Dude. This is bad.
If you measured
It's bad.
experiences that I've had with everybody on that panel and this man sitting here, like that's probably, it's got a long way to go on the next one. Like, we got to close that gap.
I want to close the gap.
Yeah,
'Cause
we gotta close that
I
gap.
know you guys, all you guys have caught it with Oliver. I want to do that too. We got to
will,
stay out of
man.
Jersey. We got to get over 38-degree water temp.
Real talk.
We got to be clean, not muddy water. All right, we
Yeah.
got a lot of things to do. All right. Seth, I want to get to you, and this is, I saved the best for last, because this is really another thing that I think both you guys do so well, and you do it because it's who you are. Seth, I want to start with you. Dude, you are the angler who is the most real to me, to a lot of people. When I watch you fish, when I watched you fish on the Elites last year, it was fun, it was dynamic, it was entertaining. Why? Because you were you. Dude, you're a regular dude. Dude, you could have went to high school with me and Brian. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
And when people watch you for the first time, they feel like they know you. They feel like they're at the bar drinking with you. You know what I mean? Like, dude, that is so powerful
and refreshing.
It's so powerful and refreshing. Was there ever a time in your career, Seth, where you were like, oh man, I got to fit in. I gotta act more like I gotta be the normal bass guy. I better cut my hair. I better not curse. Was there ever a time where you felt that pressure, or did you just say fuck it and you said I'm going to be who I'm going to be?
Oh.
No, absolutely. I don't know if I'd say felt the self. My first year or two on tour.
Yeah.
Just kind of trying to be the quote unquote textbook pro bass fisherman, clean cut, banging darts all the time and not swearing. And after I kind of hit I don't know if you'd call it rock bottom, but to the point where I was, a month away from thought I wasn't going to be fishing anymore. And I just said, screw it. And had some success, which helped too. Kind of bring me out of that.
Yeah. Well, I got to say the same. Again, I want to make the comparison that the great thing, Oliver, is I've watched you from afar for years. It's like, you never tried to, you never tried to jump into somebody that you weren't. You never tried to get into a different role.
I learned those lessons early in life.
Yeah.
Right? You can't fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Like if you can't be yourself, like that energy isn't sustainable.
Yeah.
I learned that early on. And honestly, someone like yourself made it a hell of a lot easier for someone like me and Seth to come along. Because, you were yourself. Right, you were the freaking yo, who is this dude doing windmills on the front deck right now, and just screaming at that 1.5 pound giant, like you were that dude, man, and you were unconventional, and honestly, you influenced me for sure to be like, damn, if that dude can get away with doing that, maybe I got a shot.
Yeah, it's awesome though.
Yeah, man, it's important that people realize that they need to be themselves for it to really work.
Yeah.
And if that person isn't good enough, maybe we got to work on ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? And become a better version to where you got so much leverage, you can just drop F-bombs on a live podcast. I'm not there yet.
Yeah. Anytime you want.
Yeah.
Speaking of F-bombs, Seth, you fish with both of us now. You fish with Oliver, you fish with me. This is the question here. You ready?
Yeah.
Who drops more F-bombs, Seth Feider or Mike Iaconelli?
Ooh.
Come on.
Man, that's pretty close, man. I was honestly pleasantly surprised by how many you've been dropping.
Thank you.
I was telling that to Clint.
Thank you.
Yo, man, I didn't really expect this. We're still rolling, and this fool's dropping S-bombs and F-bombs. I'm like, dude, that's goals. Because, like I said, I don't have enough leverage to be able to be, unfiltered.
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, I'm okay with the mental challenge that's been presented to me to be able to properly present myself, right, to get that leverage.
Yeah.
And, man, it's cool. It's refreshing. It gives me hope that, hopefully, I can be the truest form of myself at all times.
Yeah. It's good. It's good to be yourself. It's good to be yourself. And the great thing is when people see it, they know, right? When you're you, it's very believable, and it translates right to people. There's no wall.
Yeah.
They see it.
This is me without the cussing. That's it.
Yeah. This is an easier question to answer. Who smokes more heaters?
Oh,
me or Seth
man,
Feider?
come on, it's not even.
Heaters.
I'm the champ. Yeah.
Seth wins that one. All right, I want to throw it to you, and I want you to go one by one on this panel, and I want you to go in reverse order. We're going to start with Seth. Oliver, give me one thing you learned from fishing with each of these three guys.
Just one?
One thing. Just give me one. Well, Brian the Carpenter made us run late, so we only got a little bit.
Oh, man.
One thing.
We got time limits now?
No, I'm just messing with you.
It's crazy because, like, there's so much I've learned from all these guys, and they can be, like, real, like, on the inspirational level, like just grandiose, like deep stuff, right? Or something as simple as, like, a small tackle trick that has, like, changed my game this summer. Like, I got to fish with Seth on one of his home ponds that he grew up jacking fish out of milfoil, which he's known for.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm getting to watch this man at work like a maestro, man. And he's got on this ringed wide gap hook. And I'm like, yo, what is that? Because I've hated straight shank hooks my entire life. I just hated them. So when that became the thing for like flipping and punching heavy cover, I was like, damn, do I really got to do this? And then he showed me this offset wide gap ringed hook and explained to me like how he felt like, man, this is the real deal. And that inspired me to spend the entire summer working on my right-handed reel, left-hand flip game, because I was that guy guilty of going right hand to
Making
left.
a switch.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I got to fish with one of the best dudes that's known for this specific, and not only that specific technique, but like that's his jam. Like that inspired me to step my game up. So I spent all summer flipping grass in Minnesota and trying to get on that Seth Fighter level.
Yeah.
But little things like that ringed hook.
Yeah.
And I was like, thank you. No more straight hooks.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Dude. Thanks,
That's a
homie.
good one. Yeah, Seth, thanks for that too. I actually, Seth and I talked.
We were talking about that.
Oh yeah, we talked about this years ago. I got onto that ring deal too, so I appreciate that too, Seth. That's a good one. Give me one for Brandon. I know Brandon's taught us all a lot, but give me one that sticks with you.
My goodness, man, that it's not a fluke to catch and win with the big bait at the highest level
In a tournament. Yeah.
In a tournament.
In a tournament.
Yeah, and it's not because it's the power of the bait. It's the power of the men yielding the bait.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude, it's inspirational, man. It's
Yeah.
dope as hell.
Yeah.
He's the poster boy.
Yeah.
Living the dream.
Yeah.
Like he's living the dream. He's been living the dream, and he's worked his way from the bottom, and I've got to spend, a couple nights like at his new pad with his crazy drive-through garage, and the guest room's got like 5 freaking blue trophies like staring at me. And I'm just like, that's cool. I'm glad I can fit my bags in here. Yo, man, like the dude's decorated.
Yeah, it's cool to see that big bait and work in tournaments.
For sure.
And I've seen Brandon do it. I've seen Carl do it. I've seen Carl catch him on Champlain, catching giants with it's so cool to see it in a tournament.
I remember
scenario.
talking to him during that, yo, dude, this is cool.
Yeah.
It's like I've had that conversation with Brandon too. Like I tried to ship him a bait for a Gunnersville event, and because it was Gunnersville, I couldn't get it to him even though I tried to overnight him.
Yeah.
Like, yo, like that energy is real, man.
Yeah.
Those opportunities are there, and these guys have become so good that they recognize those opportunities and execute them.
Yeah.
That's a difference.
Yeah.
When someone like Pete says, like, I don't think this West Coast philosophy and mentality transfers, it's not that, man. It's the wrong guys attempting to make that transfer
Right.
and not making the right decisions.
Yeah.
These guys have gotten so good at making decisions, it shows in their body of work.
Yeah. Yeah. Give us one thing that you learned from Carl, and you can't say have a sexy Australian accent to get free orange juice. Which I might use that, though, the next time I'm at a restaurant or a diner.
I mean, it's like I said, all three of these guys, and yourself included, have inspired me in so many ways, right? We could talk about tackle tips. We could talk about the aspirational, like leaving the country thing. Like he's taught me that it can pay off big to dream big.
Yeah.
This dude said, F it, and just went for it, man. And on like a tackle side of things, like he showed me that I need to get more comfortable in fishing heavy braid to a short fluoro leader because of his experiences with some of his, multi-species stuff with the barramundi,
heavy cover,
and the cod,
yeah.
and just big fish, bigger baits,
Yeah.
big everything.
Big Australian women.
Big opportunity, like big failure opportunity points, like in the tackle. And that was something I was uncomfortable with until I went down under and
Yeah.
did muskie fishing here. And I'm like, well, man, Carl's got this. Crazy FG knot. Finally made myself learn how to tie it after he showed me like 18 times.
Yeah.
And have added that to my largemouth bass fishing game.
Yeah.
Because I see scenarios where like that applies.
Yeah.
And that's an advantage.
That's awesome. Yeah.
The beautiful thing about fishing is the learning never stops.
Yeah.
And especially when you're surrounded by like incredible anglers. Like I want to know everything these dudes are doing.
I know.
Man.
I
so
do
thank
too.
you guys for sharing like your lives with me, man. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
I'm just a kid that grew up fishing pudding stone, and I got all you dudes talking at the same time. This is cool.
This is crazy. All right. I got to tell you this. Guys, I want to go one by one. Start with Carl, go to Brandon, go to Seth. This is a big year for Oliver, right? This is a big transition. I'm excited for him to sit here, but I want to hear it from you guys. 3 of the best active anglers right now. Carl, one piece of advice for Oliver Fishing Opens.
Can we have all 3 of them do it in an Australian accent too?
No, I don't. Let's just regular, normal accent.
So Carl has to do an American accent?
No, Carl, regular.
All right.
Your regular voice. Carl, give Oliver one piece of advice going into the full 9 Opens in 2021.
Oh, so I was thinking about that when he was talking about it, but he's already got it. You know, not being afraid of that failure. That's when he said that, I was like, he's going to be good, because just not being afraid to fail and taking those failures on the chin and going after the next one. I think putting it behind you and moving to the next one. You got 9. I talked to Brian Robinson this last year, which is crazy to me because of who he is, and he said he never let a bad game affect the next week's game, and that was huge to me, and it struck with me because that's sort of the way that I think. But my bad ones, they eat at me, and I just try and get over them as quick as I can. And so those bad ones, there's anglers this year, and there's people that fish the Opens, and after a couple of them bad ones, they quit. And I thought, man, I never did that in my whole 6 years of trying to make the elites. I'd be in a position where I wasn't going to make the elites, but I'd still fish the last one because I'm like, I'm going to make the classic and win it.
Yeah.
And so I think just don't let those failures affect your next one.
Yeah. That's
Appreciate you, bro.
That's a good one. Great lesson for everybody. Brandon, give Oliver a good one for 2021 fishing the Opens. This is a big deal. This is a big deal for him. Give him a piece of advice.
It is. It is. I know that he's been like flirting with the idea of this for a while. So I'm glad that you're actually stepping up, doing it. It's about time. I think there'll be a lot of people that are surprised. And for me, the cool thing is that you already have such an unconventional approach to the sport that use that to your advantage. You know, you're already really good at not fishing conventionally, and so don't get caught up in what should be happening at a body of water, because the one thing that holds true is that there will always be change in fishing. And when you look at the schedule and you say, oh, Oneida is whatever it is, I think it's the 4th week of July. No matter what anybody says, nobody has ever fished the 3rd or 4th week of July in 2021. So nobody actually knows what's going to be happening at that time.
Wow.
And you just, I mean, as cliche as it is, you have to fish the conditions and fish it in the way that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Use the knowledge that you have in breaking down bodies of water and the way that fish move. And they're going to be where you find them. You know, as simple as that sounds, I say that like somewhat jokingly, they're going to be where you find them.
Yeah.
But but at the same time, when you think about it and you tell yourself that, it allows your mind to be open to those unconventional methods and not say like, oh, I have to go do this or I have to go do that. It allows you to say, okay, the fish didn't grow legs and hop out of this body of water. I just either A, have to figure out where they're at, or B, figure out how to catch them. And that's pretty much how I have approached my tournament fishing. And that it crosses over into the big bait side of it.
Yep.
And use that where you can, and there'll be certain bodies of water and certain opportunities that open up, and you'll see those opportunities where those big baits apply. And then there'll be other times that it just doesn't apply. And that's the biggest difference in chasing one bass versus fishing a tournament and trying to put 5. You don't need 5. Your 3 or 4 just need to weigh more than the other guy's 5. But you just have to know when to pick it up and when to put it down.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing.
Appreciate you, bro.
Good advice. Super
Excellent.
advice.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm taking some of that.
I'm
too.
telling you, like, everybody listening should be taking this down.
Yeah, I'm taking.
Damn
some
right.
Seth Fighter, let's. I wanna put a big exclamation point on this. This is a big year for Oliver fishing. 9 big variation in bodies of water, from the north to the south to the in between. You've been there. You've done it. Give Oliver a piece of advice for his 21 campaign.
Yeah, Paul and Nick touched on a lot of really good stuff, but I had to say, don't be afraid to scrap practice. Like, you could have the best or the worst practice you've had in your whole life. You're there, you think you got them really dialed. Those end up being some of my worst tournaments if I just get hard-headed and stay to what happened 2-3 days ago, whatever the conditions were, whatever. It does not take long to catch them. I mean, if you've been practicing 2-3 days, you think you're dialed, you got a super good pattern. Every time in practice you do it, you get a bite or whatever, and then, tournament rolls around and that all falls apart. Don't be afraid to just go fishing again and, do whatever you think is right. And when you think something's not working and you get an idea in your back of your head, like, go do it. Don't sit there dragging a jig on rocky points for 3 hours thinking about, oh, I should go throw a spinner bait in the back of pockets and just keep, you know what I mean? Like, when that thought crosses your brain, lift your trolling motor up and go do it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Trust that voice.
Yeah, man.
It's a hard thing to do sometimes.
Right.
It's hard, It's hard to break
Especially if
away
you have a
from
good
it.
practice.
Yeah.
That's good
Yeah.
stuff.
If you look twice or you think twice, go do it.
Yeah.
Man, appreciate you all.
Good
Like, seriously.
practices can be the worst. Good practices are rough.
Yeah.
They either really, really pay off, or they're the total other end. And
Man,
you're like,
I've had that same experience at all
Right.
those lower levels.
Yeah.
The best performances are always just going in blind, fishing the conditions in the moment.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Appreciate you guys, man. Seriously,
Yeah.
I'm humbled to be able to call you guys friends, and it's still wild for me. Like,
Yeah.
this is sick.
Yeah. Dude, Brian the Carpenter, I can't thank you enough for setting up this amazing surprise guest spot.
You can.
I'm in shock.
Stand up.
Oh.
Applaud.
Shout out to Brian the Carpenter,
shout out to
man.
Brian the Carpenter.
Making it
And these
happen.
guys here on the Zoom for graciously doing this.
Yeah.
I appreciate all three.
Yeah,
of them.
all three of you guys. Thank you for coming on the
Guys are
show.
awesome.
Man,
Amazing
huge
advice, sir.
inspiration to so many people, and couldn't think of 3 better guys to have on with Oliver today talking about 21. So appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, boys.
Yes, boys.
Thank you.
See you on the water.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Good
man.
luck this
Carl,
year, guys.
Brandon, and Seth, everybody.
Good to see you, boys.
Dude. Wow.
Look at
We're
that.
calling you
See,
a bad
Bro, you're good.
Now, dude, I always talk smack.
Told
I
you.
say he's not a good producer. He's only a good carpenter.
Hey,
He actually
the
I don't know why we gotta
homies got
leave
to
that.
always rib each other, right?
Yeah,
You
he's
gotta
actually
keep each
pretty
other
good.
in
I
check.
just,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
talking smack. He's actually really good.
For sure.
Dude, that was awesome.
Carl's
Dude,
hanging out. Carl, you hanging out?
I hope Carl does hang out.
I'm just not
He can
leaving.
hang out with us. I hope
Well,
Brandon can
yeah,
hang
I
out.
was
Everybody
like,
can hang out.
You ain't gotta go.
Yeah, it's Friday, dude. It's Friday night. There's COVID's around.
We're all everybody's married. Nobody's
Everybody's
got a
married
life.
and everybody's got COVID, so you ain't doing nothing anyway. You might as well hang out with us and have a beer. Doesn't matter.
It's up to you.
Yeah, you can hang out.
No
with us.
pressure, y'all.
No pressure.
Now I want to be able to chime in on any shenanigans that shake down in the next who knows how long you guys will be on.
Yeah. Brandon and I'll just.
I mean, I was already disappointed that Oliver didn't talk about like all the trout fishing skills that I taught him when he was
Man.
up
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa! How about what? I didn't know any
Coeur
of
d'Alene
this.
River, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The heck of a
Oh,
bachelor
and he was
party
actually
that I
here
drove
for
18
Carl's
hours
wedding.
to, a terrifying blizzard as I'm swaying like through the ice as a stupid California kid that doesn't know if I can put my 4-wheel drive
Risking
on while
your
I'm
life
driving
to
or
get
not.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a wild weekend, man. That was
Wow.
a fun bachelor party.
That's awesome.
That was the wedding.
Oh, man.
That was crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, thank
good.
you guys, man. And also I don't want to not emphasize how important everybody that's ever supported myself or anybody that's ever supported you guys. I mean, you guys are instrumental in leveraging me to be in this position. So thank you to everybody that's ever supported Big Bass Dreams and myself in any way, and your fans too, man.
Yeah.
The fans are everything.
Yeah. Well, I said it. I do want to reiterate it, dude. You guys, including Seth, who hopped off, dude. You are the guys that are inspiring the next generation of hardcore anglers, tournament anglers, young guys. I see it every time I see it. See kids walking around talking about you guys. That means a lot. So thank you guys. So good. The sport needs it. The sport needs it. That's how it grows.
Yeah, that's what I said. But I was saying before, like to see Oliver going to the tournament side of things is huge. I feel like the tournaments, like there's certain people that you can see they have that thing, they have the personality, and then they have the drive, and then the passion for the real, true, reason why they got into fishing from a kid, and they got that. Like when Ike tells a fishing story of when he was a kid, I can say the exact same words of what happened to me at that age. Yeah. And then when Oliver does it, he's telling my story. And then when Brandon does it, he almost tells my story. Like it's almost exactly the same, and it's cool.
I've been loving the throwback photos. Like
yeah,
that's so dope, man. And like seeing
everyone's
all of our terrible haircuts.
and I feel like tournament fishing needs someone like Oliver. So like when you're going into it, I just feel like tournament fishing needs that personality, that person, that passion that's going into, and Oliver's going to throw that. He's going to throw that wrench into tournament fishing. In a good way. That's what we need. In a good way, yeah, in a great way, and so I think it's really cool. And he's been talking about it for years, and we've been telling him to do it. But
timing, man.
Glad to see actually going to go in.
Yeah, I think it's good timing too, because now that all the brands have a live scope type of technology, all those fish are going to get killed like instantly. So having someone doing something different is good. The fish have no chance.
I got that secret make 'em bite button on.
That's right, make 'em bite button. Why have you guys here? I might as well take advantage, Brian Carpenter, to ask Brandon and Carl a couple things here. Big announcement today, of course, Bassmaster Classic being moved till June. I personally think it was a good move, but I would like to hear from you guys. Brandon, I'm going to start with you. Are you happy, sad, disappointed, indifferent to it? What do you think?
I mean, for me, I would go to the indifferent part. But I think that it's nothing but good in the sense that when Bass makes a decision, it's made on the basis of how is it going to benefit the most people, whether it be the fans, the sponsors, the anglers, the city itself. All of that comes into play. And with all of the craziness that's still going on in the world, I don't know why when everyone thought that like when January 1st hit that all craziness in the world was just going to end. I don't know why everyone thought like, oh, 2020 is done. Yep, we're done with all the crazies. Like, no, they're still here. And so I think that everything we're seeing now, just there's still so much unknown.
Yeah.
That switching it to June buys them more time. Yeah. It's easy for us. I shouldn't say easy. It's easier for us to have an elite event because it's a much more controlled environment. As much as we love to have fans there, it's not as required.
Yeah.
But for me to go fish a classic, I need there to be fans there.
Yeah.
You've won one. for me, like if I have the opportunity to win a classic, I want that stadium to be as packed as physically possible.
Yeah.
And so if moving it to June allows us to have every single fan there possible, then that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Because that moment may only happen one time in your life. It may happen multiple times, but it's still the first one. And like I feed off of the energy of other people.
Yeah.
And it's similar to like the analogy of, you know, does a tree make a sound in the woods when it falls if there's nobody around?
Yeah.
It's like when you win, does it mean as much if there's nobody there watching?
Right.
Right. And I think we're so just as human beings, we're so wired to be social creatures that when you eliminate fans out of our sport, it takes away from the one thing that is so special in what we do.
Yeah.
And
I couldn't agree
or
with you
the
more.
one thing that allows it to be a sport.
Yeah.
And so for me to win, to move it to June, I think is a good thing because of that, because of the opportunities that it allows.
Great.
Would it be better fishing in March? Probably. But guess what? Somebody's still going to win, and it's going to play out exactly how it's supposed to.
Yeah. I agree. I couldn't agree with you more about the fan portion of it. It's, you know, I didn't get to fish as much as you guys did last year with the elites, but that fan interaction is for me, it's important. And it felt missing, you know, like MLF didn't have a whole lot of fans anyway, right? So that portion was missing for me a lot. Carl, I want to throw it to you. How did the rest of the season go? Bass continued their season. They did a great job of continuing on even during COVID in 20. But did it feel strange or awkward not having a marshal in the boat every derby, not having the fans there, the big crowds there? How did you handle that?
Yeah, I just sort of you know, took each thing as it comes. You know, I'm coming from Australia and trying to make it here. I'm used to setbacks and brick walls and all the things thrown at you that can possibly come. But this definitely, as bad as COVID has been and how, you know, difficult it is for so many people, like I think it woke a lot of people up.
Yeah.
And including me, I'm so grateful all the time. I try and be so grateful for every little thing. But like now, I'm just, if we get to fish, if there's a tournament, like I'm so grateful. Like it's not like the little things don't affect you near as much, you know, and now you're way more willing to adjust and not jump on things because, you know, there's way worse things happening. People are under more pressure and stress and difficulty than you. And if for our sport to continue and what Bassmaster and the anglers did to keep Bassmaster running, you know, with the thing with MLF coming in and Bassmaster almost went away. And when I was coming back to fish the elites, like everyone was telling me I was crazy, like Bassmaster would be gone. And that was only a year ago. And so now that it's building and I can't help but just feel like grateful for whatever's happening. And I'm just trying to roll with the punches basically. But for me, everything has always had to be worth the sacrifices. I don't get to see my family, my friends. I don't get to go home to Australia. I don't get to just drive around and see the people that I spent most of my life with. So I'm always striving to make sure that I'm like pushing the limits and going as far as I can and never slacking. And my dream and what got me here and what drove me through all the brick walls is my family and Australian fans in the stadium of a Bassmaster Classic waving like the Australian flag and Aussie and all that, and I'm driving in. That has pushed me through 10 years of like sheer hell. Just that one image. And I can think of that and I can cry. I can think of that. I can get chills up my spine. I can think of that, and it happens like every day, every week. I just get a glimpse of that and I get goosebumps. And I just keep pushing forward, and that has always been my drive. So Bassmaster continuing to think of fans all the time, to me is number one, because I'm not here without the fans. I'm not here without that stadium packed. I'm not here without seeing those images of you winning, you screaming, never give up, and all of those classics that I got to watch about in my era is what pushed me through all of that. And without those crowds and stuff, I'm not doing it. So
yeah,
Bassmaster pushing it back, thinking of the fans and trying to get them back in the stage and in the stadium. For me, I'm like, I want them to keep doing that, because that's what drives me more than anything.
Yeah, they're powerful. Fans are powerful for sure. It definitely can bring you to a different level. I want to chime in with Pete Glusick real quick and get his perspective. He's fished the tour longer than any of us. Pete, is it long overdue that bass goes back to summertime tournaments? I know that was a thing for us for a long time, having a tournament in the summer or the end of the season. I know this one's kind of by default, but is it a good thing? Should bass go back to summertime or fall tournaments?
Classics.
Classics?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I didn't expect you to ask me that question. I love the summer classics. All right. They were amazing. They were well attended. The reason that they moved them to the early season is because they got more people, right? They got more fans. And I see that, but I don't know. I don't know about, I can't really respond to that, but I do love that they moved it to June. I do love that. I think it's an amazing thing. I think the whole country has been under a lockdown, and even though we get to go out and fish, I think moving it to a place where possibly COVID and all this stuff is going to let us gather. I think you got a bunch of people that are going to swarm. I think potentially this could be the biggest attended classic in the history of classics.
Yeah.
I
agree. I agree. And let me even go further than that. And I was thinking about this today. We fished all day, brutal cold. We caught a couple today, believe it or not. It was
Some
nice.
longer than others.
But I was cold. I was super cold. My hands were cold. My feet were cold. I was cold to the bone. I got back. I put my short swim trunks I have. I mean they are shorter than the Tommy Biffle shorts. They're short.
Cock shorts.
I put those shorts on. No underwear, right? Just the shorts. And I got in my hot tub by myself. I poured a little bit of tin cup on the rocks, poured it to the top. Nice, smooth, mellow rye, just gone down smooth. And I got in that hot tub, and I started thinking about this very thing. And I thought when things get better, dude, when this vaccine gets out and things get back to normal, Pete, the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to the club and I'm dancing. I'm dancing, baby. I don't care. I don't care what song's on. I don't care if it's house, hip hop.
We're getting windmill tonight.
Dude, I might
Can we get a windmill?
I might
put his
do a
jam on, man.
But I mean, I think you're right, Pete. I think the whole world is, when things get back to it, it's going to be a big surge. And I hope it happens in conjunction with some of these bigger events like the Classic. I think it'll be great. Yeah. It'll be great for the sport.
We've all been given some perspective.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Taken away from us.
Yeah. When things get back to normal, it's going to be...
Appreciate it all.
It's going to be a party.
I'm in.
I think there's a competitive aspect to it, too, because I thought about this when they moved it and had people start asking, and I got to thinking about it. And so there may be some people watching that don't understand exactly what happened, but they took Pickwick in Alabama, which was our June event, and they just flip-flopped the dates with the Classic.
Yeah.
So they took Pickwick, moved it to March, took the Classic in March, moved it to June. From a competitive standpoint, that's way better for a lot of us that don't know Pickwick like the back of our hand.
Yeah.
Right? Because in June, odds are there's going to be offshore fish.
Right.
Guys are going to have their own little like sneaky squirrel honey holes, off the wall stuff.
Good
and then there's going to be giant community holes.
Yeah.
You move that to March, kind of anybody's game, switches things up a little bit. And then you look at the Classic in June, everybody's been prepping for it. Everyone went there and pre-practiced before January 1st, thinking it was going to be an early in the year tournament, pre-spawn, spawn if it's warm. And now you throw this and it levels the playing field.
Yeah.
In the fact that like anything could happen. And I thought about that a lot. I'm like, man, it really on both ends, not many guys fishing the Classic have ever fished Ray Roberts in June, probably.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of tournament info when you look at it. Like I spent a lot of time scouring across the internet, and there's a lot more stuff in February, March, April than there is in June, July, August. And and the same with Pickwick, right? I mean, granted, we don't have to go. Yeah, like, I mean, the only thing that I hate about Pickwick in March is that I really don't want to go sit like at the school bus stop with everybody below the dam. But I mean, I think it opens up the playing field a lot more.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great I never thought about it.
It's great insight.
Real quick, I got a question for both of you guys, Brandon and Carl. I'm eyeballing the Ike Live social feeds real quick while you were talking.
Yeah.
And Ed Sekula wants to know, guys, any chance you guys will do the baby pattern coming up in 2021? Now, you've heard of that. You've heard of guys getting on the baby pattern where their wives or girlfriends or fiancés get pregnant, and they go on these fucking tears where they win like 20 in a row.
Yeah.
So Ed's question is, any chance you guys are going on a baby pattern in 21?
Savage.
Carl, start with you.
Go ahead, Carl.
Carl.
Go ahead, Carl.
Carl.
What did you do, Carl?
It's been spoken about, but I'm on like an upward trend, so that got put on the back burner. Like no baby pattern right now. Catching them.
Wow.
You see me. If I bomb the first couple, like by the end of a couple, there might be another little Jockhamson running around.
All right, there you have it. Good answer. Brandon, come on, you gotta look. This is Ike Live show. You can't lie. You got a baby pattern coming?
I mean, after 9.5 years together, like everyone's like, oh, when you guys gonna get married? I'm like, I'd go down to the courthouse, but we're looking at like potentially June, so that if I can squeak out, a couple wins early on in the year, then I feel like the rest of the year should just be a breeze. That Northern Open swing comes around. Oliver, watch out.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, for us, it's like we'll get married and then we'll probably start trying to create little Polynix running around.
He'll squeak out a couple other wins.
And we'll drag them around on tour around the road and see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, if Oliver's going to start fishing tournaments, somebody's got to keep him in line, and that's most likely going to be my kids. So we got to start creating something.
There you have it.
That's fair.
There you have it. You heard it first on Ike Live, everybody.
Wow.
Thank you, Ed Sekula, for that wonderful question. I do want to throw this out here real quick, too. And, Brandon, I want to tell you this. This is a vote of confidence from me, and I think you're going to do it. I still have a title. I'm still riding it out for a little bit. I'm the only guy to have won the Bass Federation National. I've won the Bassmaster Classic and Angler of the Year. I think you're gonna take that eventually, and I'm excited. It's not fun being on the pedestal as the only guy. I think you're going to do it. Before your career is done, you're going to do that. So I can't wait for you to do it. It's going to be awesome.
Cheers to that.
It's actually a driving motivation for me.
Yes.
I've got to win a Classic and an Open. And Opens, they're not getting any easier to win. I promise you that.
No, they're tough.
Yeah, we're coming.
It is tough. And so I mean, it's something that so few guys, you're the only guy that's done it. And it's funny because I use that as like a trivia question all the time. Like, who's the one guy to win all that stuff? And it's amazing how many people don't realize that you've either won one or the other, right? Like the Federation or something, because it was, that was a while ago, 99, right?
Yeah.
That's when you won? Red River.
Long time ago. Yeah. Any chance you'll add?
You won on the Red River, right?
It was the Red River. Yep. It was on the Red. It was unbelievable.
We both have that on the Red River, which is cool.
Wow.
We have a
That's
lot of
pretty cool.
similarities in our story. You don't have webbed toes, do you?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No.
Prove it.
I have webbed toes. Now, if you had webbed toes, then the story would have got really weird.
Let's see him, Brandon. Put him
but-
on the glass.
But I
They're
wanted
not,
to,
I promise.
I wanted to add to that question. If you do, right? If you do, let's say you win a classic in a year or 2 or 3, and you have those 3, any chance you would go for number 4 and try to go back to MLF and get that MLF Redbreast Cup? The Redbreast?
No. No.
Redbreast?
No Redbreast?
No, not. There would have to be a lot of changes for that to happen.
All right. I don't know. I just thought
No,
I
it would have to be like an open invite, something. I don't know what.
I just wanted to say the word breast. That's the only reason I even asked that question.
Yeah.
Well done.
You know what I mean? I just felt like I wanted to say
Executed that.
breast. You know, Riz, I need to go to you real quick. I know we're over, but I know you've been monitoring IMs for a while now, and shit, we've had like 10 shows already here. So
Yeah. By the way, yeah, I was just communicating with Rich. He was telling me there's a whole nother show going on the message board.
There's a whole nother show.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's a whole nother show
Well,
going
Riz,
on.
I know this is hard, but let's give us 2 or 3. Pick through 2 or 3. Give us a couple good questions for the panel here.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go with the question directly to Oliver because my hands are tied here, peer mediating between some folks on the message board here, battling it out. The casual bass guy on YouTube wants to know, Oliver, have you ever considered making your own swim bait?
Oh man, that's really beyond my ability, but I hope to have contributions to bring some ideas to fruition. But like I don't have the artistic capability to create a bait. I might have some concepts that I think I can help bring to life.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely, I would love to be a part of all of that because I've become my own angler with my own style. I want things that I want.
Yeah.
To help me try to beat all of these dudes.
Right. Yeah.
Like I need all the help I can get, and hopefully I'll get more opportunities to do that.
Yeah. Good question. What else you got, Riz?
I got The Real Journey on YouTube also wants to know, tell us a little bit about the story behind your PB.
Oh man, what do you want to know that I haven't just beat to death?
He already hollered at Pete for asking.
Yeah, hollered at Pete already.
Yeah, I've done the work, man. I've documented it pretty well. I don't know what else to add to that, honestly.
I do have a comment here from on the message board that somebody sent me, Wawa Hoagie Lady, and I don't know the backstory here, so this makes us just to give you guys an idea. Who are you trying to impress here? I'm a 50-year-old hoagie maker at Wawa. So that's what's going on our message board, folks.
Oh, okay.
You?
Fun fact, I caught my PB not with Oliver in the boat, but on a trip that was inspired by Oliver that I went down to Lake Austin to fish with Oliver on.
Yeah.
Is that true?
And within the first 45 minutes of being there, I caught a 9-pounder on a Roman made mother.
Yeah.
I drove 6 hours, and then 45 minutes into it, I caught a 9-pounder on a mother.
Wow.
We had dual big fish.
The next day, I caught a 12-4.
And a 12-4?
Yeah, that was a magical.
Yeah, the next day.
For sure.
A 12-4?
Yeah, biggest bass I've seen with my own eyes and held in Texas.
Wow.
And 12-4 doesn't really do it justice because like this system at the time was kind of on a downswing.
Yeah.
The dynamics of the fishery changed, so those fish weren't like big fat Florida fish anymore. They were just like literally shells of their former selves. But he caught an absolute monster. The head on this thing was big. The frame was big. Dude, if she had the weight on her, like she would have been like a super special fish. But she was like 12-4, and that was magic, man. That was dope. Well done, bro.
Oof. It's a
It's
giant.
so cool. Me and Oliver both caught 2 that were like almost 9 pounds on the same day. That was so cool.
Yeah, it was rad. That was the first time we fished
Wow.
together.
That's sick.
Just a little bit cooler than this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Just a little.
What are you
Just
talking
a-
about? We
just a
were.
smidge.
You can't even compare that to snagging gizzard shad in the asshole.
That's true.
Dude,
How many gizzard shad did you catch
We
with
caught
these
like 5 or 6 gizzard
He
shads.
caught 5 or 6. I caught I caught one of them.
And they were all snagged in the asshole.
4 days
It
of
takes
fishing,
skill.
2 anglers per day. Say what about 16 man hours per day times 4, 32, 64 man hours doesn't of bass fishing. You guys didn't catch 9 pounds of bass.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I have a question.
No, that's
12.
I have a question for Oliver.
Our 64 hours over the last 4 days.
We had more than 12 pounds over 4 days. Delaware River,
What?
we had 4 that weighed 8 pounds.
What do you got,
We had a
Brandon?
4-pounder today. That's 12 pounds.
Oliver, how many people, like through your training sessions and all of that, how many people have caught their PB with you?
That's a good question.
Man, honestly, too many.
Whether it was a
to
training
count.
session or just guys fishing for fun.
Right. A lot of people. A lot of people.
That's cool.
I want to say, I mean, even just friends and people with me, and to where I felt like I had an influence on that. Like, definitely over 100. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of people.
Wow.
A lot
That's
of people.
crazy.
That's very cool.
And you know, it's wild to me to be able to help everybody live that dream.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. It's cool
It's
to,
very-
to accomplish like things of that nature.
It's very cool. Carl, real quick, weigh in. What's your PB? I don't know the answer to this one.
I was going to weigh in on it because my PB came on Brandon's glide bait that he designed.
Yeah, look at it's all coming full circle here.
I know, and it was it was like a prototype, you know. So I had one of the original prototypes that he had designed. It wasn't out on the market, and in 2018. That's when I went on that tear with the glide bait, and I was like leading Gunnersville Championship, and I boat flipped though back to back 5.5, 6.5 at Champlain. I almost won the Bassmaster Open Championship on Table Rock. Made the big comeback with the glide, lost a 6.5. That was all on Brandon's, and then that next year in March, we'd set the camper up on Chickamauga, and we were sort of living here in the camper. And I was fishing, you know, every day, and I fished all day, daylight till dark. And then Kayla came out for like the last sort of 5 hours, and I hadn't had a bite all day, and then I caught a 10-10 with about an hour to go of light, and that was that's still my PB. I've caught two 10-2s, and then I caught that 10-10 on the glide. But that's definitely my that's my dream fish.
That's sick.
What the hell, dude?
That's disgusting. We need to move out of the state.
I know, dude.
Man,
This is
word on the street is that it's a slight possibility you guys can get it done here in the state.
There's
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know a
In
place.
like February, March, when it warms up a little, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it needs to warm
I don't
up.
know. All right, I want to start a little fight here real quick. You ready? Swim bait. I'm talking about swim bait treble hooks. Hard swim bait treble hooks. Quad or try?
It's funny.
treble hooks.
We've all had this conversation.
Quads or tries? Brandon?
It's not even a fight.
It's supposed to be a fight. Come on.
Nah,
It's not, because we're all going to agree. How do you fight when you agree?
Oliver, do you agree with this?
I don't know anymore.
What?
Wait a minute.
Are you treble?
I might be back to the trouble, man.
Ah!
He's
But
changed. Oliver's
Do
changed.
explain.
But it's all
He's
situational.
Do explain.
It's all situational.
I
man.
feel somewhat offended. Like he changed on us, Carl, and he hasn't even sent a text or nothing.
I got to give myself a little advantage. It's just like, hey, you check out
Wow.
these hooks. There's 4 points.
How long have you known you're fishing the opens, and how long have you had this info?
you know.
Man, this is brutal.
I'm kind of in between because I just see it's a situational thing for me now.
Yeah.
And I've experimented and gone through the process of elimination, or tried to, right, and try to be as scientific as I can with my theories and hypotheses and the results that I'm observing. And I'm at a point now where, like, early those quads were the deal.
Yeah.
Right, and those guys were with me a lot of times. I was putting them on 11-inch baits and, undersized hooks at 1/0 because that's where they maxed out at. But, man, it might be more to do with how aggressive those fish were and how excited they were to see the baits I was throwing them at the time.
Right.
And then as those fish got more conditioned and acted more like fish in California, where they're coming up with, like, exploratory bites.
Yeah.
Not just full-on, just murder.
Headbutts, yeah.
I felt like my results are going the other way a little bit.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
Do you think that's because of the size of hook? Like because there was only a 1/0, or is it actually the design of 3 points versus 4?
And now, remember, this is only based off of my own experiences and opinions, right? That just doesn't mean anything really.
Yeah, but it's valid.
Thanks, man.
You have a good track record, so it's valid.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the hook shape and the point shape and the way they curve inward. The fact that now you have a 4th point to potentially distribute pressure to where you're not getting full penetration if they're getting like multiple points. Right? Penetration is an important thing. Like you want to penetrate past the barb and into the bend of the hook. I mean, that's what you're looking for. And I feel like sometimes because like the same way like laying on a bed of needles distributes those pressure points, you might not be getting full penetration.
Right.
And I have those fish shake off. I've had it happen, but I've also had incredible successes just like the boys have too.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's somewhat situational, or like I feel like if they're aggressive, like that quad could help me.
Right.
I mean, there's more points, and they're just hitting with a force where like that penetration isn't an issue like it was in Texas.
Right.
In some places that I felt like they were less pressured to the big bait. But then, watching fish completely just change the way they ate a glide bait that I used to stomp them out on before and just kind of like almost test it.
Yeah.
Dude, they're fascinating creatures, man.
Huh. They learn.
They
learn.
The dumb
and
ones
they
get
change.
killed.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't make it.
Yeah. Well, let me blow everybody's mind, especially my swim bait guys. You guys are talking about trebles and quads and all that shit. I'm going to singles. That's right, freestyle hooks on my swim bait.
Did you say freestyle?
Yes. Single freestyle.
Australia's been doing that for years.
See that?
Yeah.
Oh, Herbie
Don't
Hancock?
talk about that too much.
Oh, man.
Single hook stingers are one of the probably biggest deals in Australian fishing, and something that I do a ton on a ton of different baits over here and have massive results on it on techniques that you lose a lot of fish on, especially smallmouth, spin gear, on hard bodies. Australia's been doing that for probably 10 years, hand tying single hooks on braid, little leaders, and having them just float up on blades and any different type of lure you can think of. Australians have put singles on them, especially with fish that jump. And so it converts big time over here.
Wow. What are you doing it on here, Carl? Give us an example of some of the baits you're doing that on.
The biggest one is like a lipless. If you have 2 singles on a lipless, you can roll it through hydrilla and just keep winding it, and it's just going to keep pulling through. You don't have to snap it or rip it. You can just slow wind it. It'll never grab that grass.
Wow.
And it'll have 2 singles just hanging back, facing directly upwards. And when they bite it, you got 2 single hooks in them, no leverage, and it's on braid, so it just twists. There's nothing to grab like what a split ring does, where it gets to a certain point and then it starts to actually pull the hook out.
Yeah.
The singles never do that. And, I've talked to Brandon a bit. I don't know if I want to mention it, but like a spy bait is that's the hook on that type of bait. And in Australia, like they will not throw a blade, when you're ripping like a blade. They won't throw it with a treble on it. It will have hand-tied braid singles every time.
Wow. Very cool. And a spy bait, that makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
Brian.
I think we were supposed to just like let that glide kind of
We
glaze
wanna let
over. Yeah.
Well, we could talk. Let's talk about it later.
Yeah, let's
'cause-
pretend you didn't say it.
All right, we'll pretend.
You should have seen us this year in the camper, like hand tying all these little single hooks and stuff.
Yeah.
And Carl's sitting in there.
Brandon and I
"Oh, yeah, we
went
can do
too far,
this."
and we had fluff hanging off singles, and the spy-bait didn't even
Yeah,
look like a spy-bait anymore.
We had marabou like hand tied marabou hair singles, all colored.
God.
Hey,
to
how
match
dare
the
you guys
bait.
have minds of your own.
I love it.
That's awesome. All right, we got a good one. Riz patched through a question from Kevin Koo, K-U-E. And this is a good one for Brandon and Carl to chime in on, which is, Oliver, will you continue to make content when Fishing the Bass opens, and will you run cameras during the entire day like these guys do, Fishing the Elites?
Damn Skippy.
So
big shout out to the partners that are helping me realize that dream. There's so many of them, but like some of the key ones are Toyota, Yeti, Yakima Racks, Mustang, Black Rifle, Coffee, and C-Deck. So many people that are helping me put together the resources to have the crew to capture this crazy journey I'm about to be on. So there's going to be multiple series we're going to be working on, and all hopefully higher production pieces that are worthy of the experience.
Yeah.
Like this is a special opportunity for myself, but for someone that might not be able to make that decision, that has aspirations to do either the tournament side of things or me continuing to try and bang the biggest fish I can, insert X species. I want to document and capture that experience and show people like, man, if I can take this as far as I have, like anybody has it within their means.
Yeah.
Just gotta go get it, man. But there's a lot coming.
Yeah,
a lot coming.
I want to know from Brandon and Carl. You guys are the best at documenting your day on the water. With different action cams and GoPros and stuff. I got to be honest with you, and Brian has harassed me about this for a lot of years.
I cite Brandon all the time.
I know.
Brandon,
I know, and I call bullshit on it. Listen to me. In big tournaments, I don't know the best way to describe it. Like I have like a bad feeling when that camera's on. Like sometimes I don't want it running because I feel like it's affecting my day. Like I don't know if it's I wouldn't even call it like bad luck, but I don't know. I'm almost want to be so focused on my tournament fishing that the camera sort of becomes a hindrance. I don't see it with you guys because Brandon, I see you clicking it as you're fighting a smallmouth. And I'm like, what in the fuck's he doing?
Kidding.
But it's because when the camera's on, you start acting up.
That's not true. Carl,
he's always acting up.
You just start acting up.
Carl, do you have any of these phobias or problems when you're running a camera, or it's just natural for you to put that thing on?
It feels pretty natural to me. I know exactly where you're coming from and those feelings that you get. They are there. I'm sure they're there for everyone. But, for me, my whole life, I've wanted to show people what I'm doing and show people how cool fishing is and what I'm experiencing because, we're at that age and growing up and we've all been through it where fishing wasn't cool and most people didn't understand it. So I want to bring across those experiences and what I'm doing. So that's why I tried to do live and and for me, I thought I was going to lose touch with Australia. That was my biggest fear. I'd had 10 years from 15 years old to when I was 26. I'd fished every tournament like my life depended on it because everyone thought I was going to fail. I could never be a fisherman. I was never going to make it. So, like, if I had a bad tournament, it felt like I was dying. Like, that was my whole life. Like, I'd let myself down. And so that's the sort of intensity I was always fishing with. And so when I'd made it in Australia, I'd done everything I'd ever done and wanted to do when I moved here, I thought I was going to lose all of that. I thought, man, I did 10 years in Australia. I built all of this and then I'm just moving countries and I'm going to lose all of that. And so social media and cameras and filming and GoPros and capturing all of this has been the best thing that has ever happened for me because otherwise Australia would have no idea what I'm doing over here or anything that it's about.
Yeah.
So I see it as a positive, and I try not. I used to be superstitious, and I saw it being superstitious as being a huge negative because in a tournament I'd be like, never get the net out or don't fill the live wells up and before you caught a fish. And then I realized that was affecting me negatively if it just happened to happen. Like if I didn't have my lucky hat or I wasn't wearing the jersey from the day before when I caught him, that was a negative effect. And so I was like, I'm letting go of all of that. That is in your head and it's crap. Just fish. You know how to do it.
Yeah.
And since I did that, now cameras, running, chesty as much as you can get and see it, all of it as only as a positive. That's it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Brandon, I know you got a library. It's unbelievable. I can't wait. 10, 20 years down the road, I can't wait to see what you do with this immense amount of footage. It's unbelievable. But what else is another what else do you do with the footage? We see it on Facebook, we see it on YouTube, we see it on your post. But do you actually use it for your own benefit? Do you go back and review? Do you try to learn from it? What are some of the things you're doing with it?
Yeah, so one thing is that it helps supplement sponsorship stuff, right? Like we have this massive library where if a sponsor comes and says, hey, do you have any footage of this or that?
Yeah.
Odds are we probably have it somewhere.
Right.
The other thing that I didn't expect to happen when I started this or when I had the idea of filming with a third person, because I had already been filming with a GoPro, but I knew that there was a whole different perspective that I wanted to be able to capture that I couldn't do myself in the moment. And throughout that process, I learned a lot about like different things, like being able to look back and say, okay, why did I lose that fish?
Right.
And could I go back and watch it in 120 frames a second and slow it down and say, okay, what was it? A gear malfunction? Was it a hook set angle? Was my body turned wrong? Were my hips turned the wrong direction? And I've surprisingly learned an incredible amount of stuff from that. A lot of just like things that, people don't think about or talk about, like body positioning when you're making that cast or, and how much that would actually affect the hook penetration that I would get just based on how my body was turned. And the other thing it's helped me out with is because I talked to the camera, it allows me to talk out loud and process that information. Like you were talking about earlier, and we were talking to Oliver about it, of like, if you think it, then just go do it. And when you have a camera there and you're talking about it and you're like, man, I should go do this. Man, I should go do this.
Yeah.
It's like writing something down. Like when you actually say it, it holds a lot more clout. And I feel like it allows me to think with more of an open mind of when I actually speak it out loud and say, man, I should go do this.
Self-accountability.
Odds are I go and I do that more often now. Yeah. And it's crazy how much that's helped me. And like for me, it's a positive because it gives me an outlet to talk to, and I feed off of that energy.
Yeah.
And it's like, I love having people on the water watching me.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of guys that hate it.
Yeah.
And yes, there are times where you have, the bad apple guy that's just disrespectful. But 9 times out of 10, like having people on the water and cheering you on, to me, just compounds and builds that snowball effect. And so to film, it's not easy. It's not for everybody. It's super difficult.
Yeah.
And you have to just learn how to manage it. Right. So knowing now that you're going to have someone film Oliver, that's another key that I'll give you, or another tip, is just learning how to manage that and communicate that with everybody, right? Of like making sure that you allow them to get the shots, but don't allow them to hinder your ability to compete.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to get in a position where it's like, oh man, this would be an awesome shot. And a lot of times they don't know and they run right over the top of where you want to go.
Yeah. No, I've had those
just tell them
battles
like,
in
hey, just stay off.
Yeah, I've had those battles already in just some of the high production, high pressure projects I've been a part of. It's a very similar scenario where like, okay, I just hooked this muskie on this, crazy shoot where I'm not even probably going to catch one. I can make it look really cool by trying to transition to this side on the camera side, or I can just put this thing in the net and we'll call it good from there. And there's so much mental discipline there, and watching these guys like conquering that, like you're saying, when it's a hindrance to so many. Like honestly, I've been thankful it's been such a pain in the ass to capture what we do. Otherwise, everybody would do it.
Right.
And these guys are reaping the benefits of the hard work, and like those are the things that people don't see.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of that early storytelling from those guys, there was no camera guy.
Right.
It was them and a GoPro or action camera.
Yeah.
And you make do with what you have, and you got to be able to hyper focus on top of that potential added distraction.
Yeah.
So, man, kudos to you guys for mastering that. And it's crazy because it's such a part of what I do for so long. Like, there's no excuse.
Right.
So when I hear guys on that level, especially making excuses like, oh, I can't do it because I got to focus on the tournament stuff. Like, man, we all got to focus on catching the fish no matter what the context is.
Yeah. Can you guys
tell
Pete Glusick what a camera is?
Well,
oh,
please.
poor Pete.
He's looking at it.
I'm on social media now for 4 hours straight, thanks to you, Mike.
I just bumped your numbers up.
Mike, this is important. Like I want to capture this stuff too, and I do a lot of training and I do a lot of teaching, and I fish the same bodies of water. But I'm going to fish. I fish tournaments. I'm going to continue to do it. What about giving up the goods? You're practicing, you're live, and you're fishing in front of the pink boathouse, and there's a grass bed, and you catch a couple big bites. How do you manage not giving up the goods to the competition?
Huh.
That's a confidence thing for me. And it goes to the same principles of like all of the goods that we give up in Bass University. People still have to go and apply that information. And just because somebody sees something in the background doesn't necessarily mean they know how to approach it. They may not know exactly what the right technique is. Because a lot of times someone may see me fishing out in front of a dock and it looks like I'm fishing the dock, but I'm actually staring at my Mega 360 casting the other direction and fishing something out off the bank. And so there's a lot of info that you see, but it doesn't always tell the entire picture, and the approach and the timing that guys have can be off, and it may not work. And I just always tell myself that today is not going to be the same as tomorrow, and today is not the same as yesterday. And it's just like always having that open mind and being able to change. And I feel like if a guy is watching my videos to figure out where I caught him last time, I'm already that much further ahead in my thinking.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. I think that if someone is looking at your stuff for your spot and then to go there to catch them, they've already lost.
Losers.
Losers. Like,
don't be that
when
guy.
You catch them, it's usually like you're winding this bait and then you're feeling the grass and you're seeing that edge on 360 and you're killing it off the edge of that grass and letting it fall, and then you're making a pop at the end and burning it and then getting a bite. Like, it's not like they just roll up and they're going to start catching them. It's just, there's usually so much into that technique, and it happens to all of us, Brandon and I work together, and I work with Gussie, and Brandon can say I'm catching him on a DT10, and I'm like, he can tell me everything, but he knows the little tiny details of what that. And if I don't understand it, or if I'm not in the boat with him right then and there, it's nearly impossible to figure out. That's why, like, you've just always got to find your own fish.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree with that. But what I worry about is the complications of drawing people into the area. They may not be able to catch them, but they can inhibit you from being able to fish there.
yeah,
You know,
it's a problem. It's definitely a problem. You've got a point. It's a massive problem in the whole sport. You know, the information thing and just the way it all happens. Like any of us could win at any time if it wasn't for outside from spectators to just fishermen. It's a tough sport, but I think confidence is where a lot of it comes from, and knowing the place and being able to move around. But that side of things is one of the toughest things in our entire sport, I think, is just how big of an influence one other human can have on your entire career, on your tournament, on your livelihood. I explain, like, they're playing golfers play on public courses. Anyone can play there, but they shut it off for them. But imagine if two guys laid up and they're both on the green, but then a spectator just came in and just teed off one guy's ball clean off the green and left the other guys. And they're like, sorry, dude, like, tough. And then you've just got to wear it on the chin. That's what we do and anglers do every single tournament we go to. That happens.
Yeah.
And you just got to fish enough of them to where it ends up on your side and they leave your stuff alone, or you lay up, or you find the right things where your stuff gets left alone and you get to play out how you want to play it.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this back on the people, man. And there's no better correction than when it comes from the
people.
community.
Yes.
So if you see people acting like a Richard, call them out on it and be like, yo, that's not cool, man.
It's about a culture in an area too, and I think some areas just don't have that culture. I know when the elites came to the Delaware, we know how the Delaware fishes. It fishes small. There's not a lot of spots. Dude, we hustled them guys out of there, gave them a hard time, harassed them.
Right.
Tell them Richard's out.
Yeah, dude.
Because those people
Are you freaking kidding me, dude? The Delaware sucks. Why you got to fish here today? And it wasn't even Mike. It was John Cruz was trying to fish a dock, and some idiots were trying to fish it. Dude, darn the elites.
For
Get the
real.
fuck out of here.
Yeah, because the motivation of fishing it was in their head.
Yeah.
They wanted to be out there. They wanted to catch more fish than
It's because they
the
got
pros.
little tiny ones.
Yeah.
Little tiny.
That tells a lot of someone, man.
Yeah.
And their character or lack of it. Like, don't be that dude.
Yeah, don't have a small penis.
Yeah.
Don't be Richard. Please, if you're watching, don't be Richard.
Okay.
Just, yeah, give some people some respect, you know. It's all good, dude.
Give them some respect.
Yeah.
I want to wrap this up. I know we're super over, but here's what I want to say right now. I got 3 amazing anglers on the panel right now. Brandon.
Thank you.
Carl. Awesome luck. I wish you tremendous success in the elites in 2021. Oliver, wish you tremendous success in the 2021 Opens. Dude, I hope you guys, go for it, win tournaments, live your dreams. I can't wait to watch it unfold. It's going to be awesome. And thank you guys for joining us in the panel and staying so late with us. That was awesome. You made this show a treat tonight for us, man. Thank you guys.
Appreciate you having me
Man,
on.
I'm excited to see what you're going to do in 21.
Oh, let's talk about that.
Throw it at him, Brandon.
A mystery man over there. I mean,
All right. Well, let's
so first off, thank you.
Well, let me go ahead and make it.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
And
Give the man his roses, man.
thank you for everything you've done, because I don't know what direction you're going. So
Thank you,
hats off
Brandon.
to you for everything that
Thank
you've done
you,
in the
Brandon.
sport.
I appreciate that.
And I'm excited to see what is next, right? More time with Vegas, the Hammer, and, whatever it may be. I'm excited to see it because I
Yes.
know it'll be good things.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. It means a lot, and definitely I'm going to miss being in the mix, but I'm going to be watching you guys every week, and I'm going to make an announcement right now. If you're one of the lucky ones still watching all these hours in, we're almost over 4 hours. I'm here to tell you that for the first time, I'm going to announce that on next week's Ike Live show, I will make the announcement. So you'll have to tune in to next week's show.
Got him.
Got me.
Dude,
Carl.
I was telling Oliver about how that time that you had your MLF announcement, we went 5 hours.
5 hours, kept everybody on.
Oh, yeah.
And then didn't announce it. And then we staged the feed cutting out.
Oh, yeah.
Put the static on. And
Dude, I thought it was brilliant. We did it. We nailed it. The timing was perfect. I jumped out of the producer's booth. Mike threw his headset off. We like flew and chest bumped and hugged.
Yeah, we were happy.
We were so happy. It was just because it was
shots. It was great.
5 hours. We had Duckett on. We had Bill Taylor and who do we have from Bass?
Chase. Do we have Chase? Was it Chase?
No.
Bruce?
Y'all are ridiculous, man.
Shit, I forget.
I can't remember either.
But it was like an epic long show with and then we ended it like that. Thought it was amazing. And then like 40 minutes later, started reading the comments.
Hate mail for weeks.
Oh, God, they hated it.
It was great.
But I still loved it.
Yeah, I still loved it, too. I think it was the best show ever.
I do, too.
Yeah. Brandon, Carl, thank you guys for joining us tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks
You're
for having
welcome.
us on.
We'll see you.
Good luck this year,
See you
guys.
guys. See ya.
Have a good night.
Later.
Dude, what a show.
Thanks, man.
What a show. This was a good one.
Yeah, let me give us a few things here.
All right.
Because we got to get
Yeah.
we got to do an MTB unboxing.
Yes.
We've got to give away our Facebook like and share.
Yep.
Are we fishing tomorrow?
Oliver, are we gonna film tomorrow? Or are we gonna film on Wednesday?
I said Wednesday. I said Sunday. I said Saturday.
right.
I said Monday.
You shut the hell up. 'Cause we'll be here forever. Are we fishing tomorrow? Mike, you out?
I'm out. I'm not fishing tomorrow. I need
Do you want to
fucking
fish tomorrow?
break.
Man, I'm down to do all of it.
Well, we got to be there at 7
Hold on.
Oh, Winter League. Are you talking about the Winter League?
on Sunset.
Oh, you should fish it.
I know
You
we
should
should.
fit. I'm in. Mike's in.
He ain't gonna go.
I'm pulling that card.
I am going to open this.
All right, well, we'll talk
MTV
about
box
it.
up, though. Okay. I know you've waited for it all show. You waited over 4 hours for this segment. This is one of your favorite parts of the show. I know it is. It's mine for sure. And this is the only live podcast to do a live unboxing of MTB. And
4
we're going
hours,
to do it today here with the Pro Box. You know the rules. I'm going to grab one item out of here. Oliver, I'm going to pass to you. We're going to pass it over to Brian Carpenter. Pete's got his own box in front of him. And we're going to pick out one item to just review. Just say, hey, this is cool, or, you know, this is unusual or whatever. And all right, there you go. I'm going to pick mine. Okay, hand it to Oliver. Let me start describing mine while Oliver's picking his. All right, Pete, look at this. This is no joke right here. I actually think this is pretty cool and genius. This is a bait by Bagley's. Bagley's is an old lure company. They're still making balsa baits. This is like, I would call it a thinner prop-style bait. I could see this working in scenarios where you have a little chop on the water. I could see it working when you need to have a smaller profile. You know, I use Rapala stuff, but I could see this working. So smaller prop bait than you would normally throw, but in certain situations, that might work for you. So that's a cool bait. That's a cool bait. I like that one.
Bait.
Oliver, what do you got?
Y'all ready for this?
Y'all ready for this?
You know, in my long career of fishing, I've figured out at least one thing. I need one of these
A
to
hook!
accomplish my dreams.
Look at that.
There's
a
We've
hook
got
in
a
that box.
3/0 offset worm hook. And this is actually one of my favorite hook styles of all time. I grew up as a Texas rig fisherman, 6 and 7 inch hand poured California plastics.
Yeah.
3/16 ounce lead bullet weight because I usually couldn't afford the brass. It was too expensive. And a 3/0 worm hook, just like this.
Yeah. I tell you what.
Bring back the Texas rig.
The good thing about 3/0, and Pete, agree with me or disagree with me on this. If you're going to pick one worm hook size to try to do it all, that's a pretty good one, right? 3/0.
Really, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. That can fit the ribbon tails and the little baits. You can make it work on a little bait. It's good. You're right. It's good all around size.
Yeah. Brian Carpenter, you want to pick one out of here? What do you got, Pete? Let's do yours, and then we'll have Brian
All right,
Carpenter.
I got something I haven't seen before.
Okay.
it looks like a straight tail kind of bait, like a stick bait of some kind. Relatively new to fishing, I think. It's a Weston stick bait. Got ribs, unique edges to it. This is my kind of bait.
By Weston.
Weston.
Huh. Interesting.
There it is.
How about
Black. The only argument I have is it's got blue fleck in it.
Are you not a fan of blue fleck?
It should be straight black.
Straight black. Oh, that's right.
You know.
Yeah, no fleck. Oh, natural. All right, Brian the Carpenter. Last but not least, what do you got in the MTB Pro Box this month? Give me something good. What do you got?
Here we go.
Let's see.
Stank. It's a where are we at? Paddle tail worm. It's got the little cut in it.
Oh, a speed worm.
Speed worm.
Speed worm.
Speed worm by Buddha Bait Company.
Cool.
Dope little speed worm, Mike. You might have won a Classic trophy.
I may have won a classic with a speed worm, with a swim worm. Yeah.
You may have.
I may have.
Yep.
It's a good possibility.
So this is what we were using on the top before frogs.
Yeah, there you have it. For all that. Another great example of MTB Box puts in your hands a lot of stuff that you might not normally get, showing you new techniques, new products. There you have it. Let's end this amazing show with our like and share giveaway. Riz, I know we had people all night on Facebook liking and sharing the feed, and tonight's is better than the Ike Live gift bag.
I think we're going to throw that on top of all the other stuff.
Are we really?
Because we couldn't think of anything else the entire
time.
Had 4 hours to come up
4
with an
hours in.
idea.
We're at our limit.
Listen, if you hung with us and you were nice enough to like and share the feed.
Rich, pick two.
Pick two. Riz, if you pick two, we're going to give one. We're going to give Oliver's gracious enough to have a Big Bass Dreams package, including
And a swim bait.
including amazing $60. What was the name of the swim bait?
He's going to let you hang.
I can't.
Turtle.
Devastating.
Dang, that's a good name.
Devastating groundbreakers.
Devastating ground controls.
There
And
it is.
and for the second winner, you're going to win the traditional Ike Live gift bag coming in at over 20 pounds, loaded with Ike Live sponsored products. Riz, what do we got?
So for the first winner for the Big Bass Dreams package, the winner is Trevor Tucker. Congratulations.
All right, Trevor Tucker.
Trevor Tucker.
Yo, shout out to Trevor Tucker. Fun fact, he owns
you
my
know-
whole dream machine.
Really?
Wait, what?
Yes.
TJ!
Wow.
Yeah, man. He's the new captain of the old Ranger Dream
Comes
Machine.
full circle
How
again.
about that? How about
Classic.
that?
I had nothing to do with that, I'm saying.
Wow.
No.
No, that's all Riz.
Rich didn't know that either.
Wow. All right, Riz, for the Ike Live gift bag.
The Ike Live gift bag winner is Frank Spangenberg. Let me guess, this guy owns your old cat or something. What's going on here?
No, I hate that thing.
Frank Spangenberg. No, I don't know Frank, but Frank, congratulations.
Congrats, man.
On winning the Ike Live gift bag. Good job.
I got So
what do you got?
Yeah, a couple more things. Did you know where our intern, where our beloved Eric is these days?
No, Barstool.
He moved to Florida.
He moved to Florida?
On a Tuesday night, him and Johnny just got in their car and started driving on a whim.
Wow.
They got there, and after about a day and a half, they're like, we ain't going back.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Good
So
for you,
good
Eric.
to live like that.
Yep.
Enjoy Florida.
They now live in Florida. And
But the weather's so beautiful up
I
here.
know, I don't know.
honestly,
Do they really want to leave one bite for 7-hour lakes?
I told him, dude, do not come back. Do not come back, Eric. You are home.
Don't even look in the rearview mirror.
You're home, buddy.
Go. Good for them.
Oh, guess what Oliver had last night? Miles Stromboli.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
That was I didn't even know what that was.
Wow.
Yeah.
What
That's
rock did I
awesome.
live under?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That's good.
Practice making them.
I like it.
That's all I got.
I like it. I want to thank everybody for this show. This show was really special. Like, I'm honest. I'm not just saying it. Brian
Dude,
Carpenter,
it was a good one. It was a
it's
really, really
instantly
good
gone in my top 10
Yeah,
of favorite shows ever.
Yeah, higher than
I'm
that.
telling you. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching. I want to thank everybody involved. Rizzo on IM's, Pete Glusick for hanging in all 4 hours. Great insight tonight. Brian the Carpenter, thank you, dude.
Amazing job.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for the surprise guest. Clint for hanging in there with us all show. Also want to thank our mystery guests, Carl Jochumson, Brandon Polinick, and Mustache Man, Seth Fighter. Great mystery guest, Brian Carpenter.
Yeah, Mike Pilot.
Mike Pilot for tuning in.
VFX.
VFX Wraps. Please check them out if you want to get something wrapped.
Yep.
Last but not least, dude, I want to thank you for coming this week.
Yes.
Hey, man, mad respect, bro. Thank you.
It was a big dream for me to have you here.
Dude, that's
and I
crazy to
appreciate
hear
it.
that from you, man. This is a very humbling experience.
Yeah, well,
It's
it was
crazy.
It was our pleasure. So thank
Thanks,
you for
man.
hanging with us.
For sure.
Hope everybody had a good time. We'll see you. Yes? Yes?
Have you released the AFCO commercial, the full one, the long one?
It's been released on social. Yeah. Yeah, you want to play it on
Do
there?
you want to roll out to that?
Yeah, if you can find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, all right, give me 1 second. Keep
Yeah.
congratulating each other for
Okay.
a minute.
Let's sing an old fishing song. Pete, pick one.
I don't have a song.
No, one of the old Roland or Jimmy songs or Bill Dance or
Bill Dance.
Word on the street is there's some Iaconelli songs out there.
I'm a going fishing too. That's your life. Cause why it's gonna catch more fish than you.
There it goes.
Welcome to Bill Dance Outdoors.
You want me to keep going?
America's most popular and longest running
Hey, that's the Fishing Blues, man. It's the Fishing Blues song.
Yeah. You know it?
Well, that's all I know.
That's it.
All right. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We'll see you next time on Ike Live. Good night.